Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the chess.com India's broadcast of the 2022 FIDE candidates. We are back after the rest day. And before we head into the candidates, a big congratulations to my co commentator, my co host, Abhijit Gupta, for making it to the Indian team for the Olympiad in July.
Yes. Thank you so much. I was quite happy when I got the news yesterday. And yeah, even the C team is quite strong, to be honest. Our averages would be about 26, 10 or 15 for the event, which is quite strong. And I was just checking on chess results, we would be about 20th seed or something like that, which is fairly decent also to start with.
Absolutely. So, chat, let's everyone go. Congratulations to Abhijit Gupta, Abhijit OP, and appreciation for Abhijit in making it to the team. And our best wishes for all the Indian teams as well. And getting back to the candidates, the big question, will Nepo finish it off today? Let's have a look at the standings once again, have a look at the staggering, dominating picture. Jan Nepomniachtchi, 2 points lead. It's almost as if he's living in a different place, and almost twice the points of Ali Reza Firouzja.
Yeah, even in the last stream, I was talking the same thing, that if you take out Jan from this tournament, then the tournament looks more or less even. Yeah, like everybody's very close to each other. But Jan just took off, and then he's playing on some other planet right now. So let's hope that he finishes this journey today itself and secures this challenger spot for the World Championship match. And yeah, I mean, big congratulations to him in general. Yeah, the way he played this event.
Absolutely. He's been playing in the candidates like how Johnny Bairstow is batting in cricket, or Rishabh Pant, if you will. It's just a massive difference. There is this one guy who's just playing fast and scoring heavily, and rest of the guys scoring at a conventional pace. And in comparison to him, everyone far behind. And let's have a look at what he has to do in order to secure a spot today, who he's up against, and the pairings for the day.
Yeah.
So Jan Nepomniachtchi
playing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have Jan Nepomniachtchi playing against Rapo, and their personal score is also 1-1 with 8 draws. It's quite even. Both have won a game apiece. What do you think, that it would be a bloody fighting game, or it will be like the game of day before yesterday with Hikaru?
Vijit, Anish just put out a poll on Twitter, and no was the most clicked answer, the answer with the highest percentage for the question if the game will be another Berlin draw. But there was only no to the answer if it's another Berlin draw. I think in general, I do expect the contest to end one way or another. We also have a poll in the chess.com India YouTube channel, but clearly they have few things to learn from Anish, because Anish created a poll where the first 3 answers were yes and the last answer was no. And somehow that made people click on no more, and the yes was divided. It was not 60-40, 60% yes and 40% no, but it was 34% the first no, 10% the second no, 16% the third no, and 34% the first yes, 16% the second one, 10% the third one, and the last one was 40%, thereby no becoming the most popular answer. Chess.com India, still a young channel, learning a few things from Anish there. But you can also vote for your likely what you would like to see. Meanwhile, what are your thoughts, Abhijit? How long do you expect the game to last?
Not very long, because if you see from the standings, even Rapo doesn't have a decent chance to come second. And also with black pieces, I mean, Hikaru logic was fairly, it made sense, what he said even after the post game, in his recap also. It didn't make a lot of sense, because there could be a chance, some outside chance, where the second player, the person who comes second, may also get a chance to play because if Magnus doesn't, accept his invitation for the World Championship match or defends his title, so he wanted to keep that chance open. And
Backdoor
I don't
entry.
think it. Right. But I don't think Rappo is anywhere close. So I don't see the motivation. And when you are in the last 2 rounds, this motivation, if you're not doing very well in the tournament, the motivation factor is really important.
And Rapport also will have some kind of a PTSD, no? It was after all his game against Nepo, which triggered his tournament. It was that
Yeah.
infamous game in the Petrov. And how do you think the impact of that will be in today's game?
I don't think have so much impact because it was already long time ago. I think it was round 6 when they played. But yeah, I mean, in general, I don't see these people playing or trying, especially with blacklist, unless it's a must-win scenario. But here also, if you see, even if you win, there is no added bonus besides some little monetary gain. But yeah, so that's the reason I feel that even Rappo will not go all in like how he usually does. Uh, if he gets a chance, of course he'll try to take it. But yeah, I just feel that it's going to be a quick one.
Yeah, I also feel it's going to be a quick one. And in the games that they have played so far, it's also been so heavily dominated with draws. Vikesh is asking, congrats Abhijit for what? Vikesh, it's because the India C team is in the tournament, and they consist of Suryashekhar Ganguly, Sethuraman, Abhijit, of course, Karthikeyan Murli, and Abhimanyu Puranik. And this is also a pretty formidable team consisting of all players rated about 2600. So that's the news about the Olympiad. And let's have a look at the tournament hall. Let's see who are all in the tournament hall already. If they're shaking hands, and pretty deserted look. Yeah, we don't even see jackets.
No, we see one. I think whose jacket that one? Let's take a guess. Oh, we can see the name.
That's Nepo.
Yeah.
Nepo's in there early.
Yeah, also he's been wearing the same thing, this white shirt and blue jacket.
That seems like the combination. I think we should also try and emulate that.
White shirt and blue jacket?
Yeah, white shirt and blue jacket.
Okay,
in any case, blue is like the Indian outfit, and Nepo winning so much.
Yeah, I think somebody asked him in the press conference also that is it the same white shirt, and are you wearing, or do you have multiple white shirt? He's like, you do realize that we have laundry.
Is it the same white shirt? Oh my god!
Yeah.
How do even people imagine that? I don't know. Yeah,
I can imagine it, like, because people can be very superstitious, like in any sport, yeah, be it like chess or any other sport as well. You can be pretty superstitious if things are going really well for you. You just don't want to change anything. You just want to wake up at the same time, sleep at the same time. Just do all those things which you were doing. In those days.
Hikaru has changed from his blue outfit though. He's I had a brief glimpse of him, and he was wearing something else. And Ali Reza there coming in, adjusting the chair to his height. It's interesting, yeah. Not everyone has the same chair. I see something different with Ding Lijian.
Only Ding's chair is different, I think, and everybody else's chair is more or less the same.
Yeah. I think Ding's chair is pretty simplistic, like. And there Jan back into the boat, back to the boat to greet his opponent Richard Rapport, and gets back. Richard not wearing his what was that color?
Well, it was not pink, but it was some sort of orange, I think. but I don't remember
Yeah.
exactly what. It was some bright color, which you don't usually see.
Salmon
Oh,
pink.
salmon pink. Okay. So this is a good one. Yeah. What does Rapport's jacket indicates that whether he's playing for a win or a draw is okay.
Looks like a draw to
What do you
me.
think?
Dull color.
Yeah.
No flashy stuff. And
Yeah.
there seemed to be a lights off for a few seconds in the Aliza Ding game. When the lights came back on, Ding was the almost making a Batman-like appearance.
Yeah. Magician. And yeah, I just feel that the goal is very close for Nepo, and yeah, it's just that even with white pieces, yeah, like it's so much more easier to control the game, especially if you just want to make a draw.
Absolutely, Abhijit. So much more easier to control the game, and it's also pretty straightforward to you know your opponent is capable of only playing a few variations, right? They're not going to be able to play all the 50 different variations that exist. So I think it's also pretty easy to prepare yourself in such a way where you kill the game. And it's also a type of preparation. You are in those situations, for example, in a lot of these World Cup games, where sometimes you win the first game with black and then you have white in the second game, and you just you have to modify your opening prep a bit, because many times with white you're trying to look for a fight, but you have to modify a bit to accustom yourself to
Yeah.
the ways to kill the game. And
Yeah.
that preparation also happens, but since your opponent has limited options, I think it's a lot easier to do that, to just find equality with white everywhere where black doesn't get much of a game.
Right.
So I think Nepo's seconds would have done their homework. They would have checked the best way against 1e4 c5. They would have checked the best way against, of course, Berlin. It doesn't even require a lot of checking if Rapport repeats that. And what else can he do apart from the Taimano and the Berlin? And if Rapport does anything apart from what he has ventured into, then he
Yeah.
risks getting seriously worse. And he has already done that once against Jan.
Yeah. No, I think it's going to be difficult for Richard to play for a win with black pieces. I mean, you can just play an opening, and if white wants a draw, most likely he will going to get it, at least at this level. So I don't think he's going to go all out. And again, the risk reward thing, no, like what is the reward? Even if Rapo wins with black, there is not much reward. But of course, if you lose, you don't like to lose, especially at the end of the event now.
Oh yes, absolutely. With a draw, there is
And
a
we have
pretty
the
clear
handshots.
reward.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is it Judith?
No, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, did you see
yeah.
this video of hers with Magnus where she crushed Magnus in one of the
Yeah,
games?
I saw that.
Yeah.
That was
Oh,
spectacular.
also, it would be very funny now that the last round Magnus comes to inaugurate because Magnus is also in Madrid.
Could happen. But the games have begun. We have 4 handshakes, and Jan has started with 1e4 best pie test.
Also, it makes sense, yeah. When you want to force thing, e4 is one opening that you go for, right? Because it's quite forcing in nature.
Right, absolutely. And somehow the candidates has been a heavy e4 kind of candidates, and Rapport has faced it a lot, which also means that you know what to prepare against. You know what Rapport has prepared for this tournament. Whereas against d4, I think you're more of shooting in the dark, and you have so many more lines to revise suddenly, because I think e4 is a pretty obvious choice. And let's vote quickly before the games end, because Ali Reza is already racing towards a draw against Ding Liujian. So we thought we'll see an early draw in the Nepomniachtchi game, but I expect a draw already in the Ali Reza Ding game. And let's get to the voting screen. Yeah, there we have it. Draw, Abhijit?
For sure.
4 knights variation. We saw this in the Jan Nepomniachtchi Ding game, and
But
Ding
actually,
goes.
people think that Ding is favorite here.
Yeah,
Like
people
quite of a
think
big
Ding is a
favorite.
favorite here, but I think a lot of those votes must have come before the opening. Because after looking at this opening, okay, still, if you play G4, H4 here, you can still lose with white. But I think today, if Alireza is not in the mood, I think he's more in the Queen F3, Bishop into F6 mode.
Right. So let's go to the next game. Probably, I think Jan's game is going to go for a while. I see 1 E4 C5.
Yeah, 1 E4 C5 after a bit of thought. Because why not?
Yeah,
Hikaru,
also Richard has been.
Duda?
Yes, Hikaru would. I think Hikaru will play on. I think play on for sure. And yeah, he also has a good chance, against Duda.
Yeah, so do we vote for white here?
I would want to vote for white, but what about you?
Yeah, same. Why not? Why not make things interesting for the second place?
Yes, and also it can have some incentive also, like second place. First of all, monetary gains also, but there is a very good chance also that 1 and 2 might play a world championship match. Oh my God! Do you see the votes in this one?
I know, right? I know. If this was an election, Hikaru would be the candidate champion. Man, how popular and loud he is. For pretty justifiable reasons, pretty well deserved Hikaru's popularity. And what about Raja against Caruana? This is going to be interesting. Both the players with 6 points each out of 12.
Yeah. I don't know how well is Raja prepared here. I did not see him playing the Catalan, or I don't usually see him playing Catalan with white pieces. But I feel if he's solid, if he wants to make a draw, then I don't think anybody can stop him with white pieces. So I think it'll be. I feel it'll be a draw. What about you?
I think there might even be a chance that Timur can win, but draw is likely. But yeah, if there's a decisive result, I think white wins is more likely than black wins. Because Raja hasn't, for the first 8 rounds, he didn't look like he was going to win a game. But the next 4 rounds, I think he looked like he isn't looking like he's going to lose a game. And finally, coming on to the Nepomniachtchi Rapport game, Knight f3, Knight c6, d4. These are the first 3 moves. Knight into d4. I think this one's pretty straightforward, Abhijit. We just make a draw, yeah?
How do you make a draw here? If I go e6, how do you make a draw?
It's going to be a Sveshnikov. And Sveshnikov, there has to be a forced draw.
So, also the position, like what Hikaru got.
Unless it's going to be classical.
No. But Richard has played some classical in his life, so we should not be so surprised if he goes there. Okay. Oh, he did. He goes for classical. Wow. The guy has guts, no? This guy has guts.
So should we do a draw or white ones?
I don't know. It would be interesting if black wins.
Yeah, but is that likely to happen?
The most unlikeliest result will be draw after this.
I'm not so sure.
No, because here you cannot offer a draw. No, that is the problem.
Yeah, exactly.
So you have to play it. You have to play out the draw. So that becomes a little bit tricky in a worse position.
Right. So you can choose one.
Okay, just for fun. I'll choose black. Richard.
Okay.
Also classical, yeah. So one of my favorite openings of all time.
Yeah, your bread and butter.
Yep. So yeah, I remember playing this once, beating you also with this classical.
I think that's not just once, no?
Oh,
yeah, probably. At least twice, I remember.
The game I remember was from Delhi, but I don't know which other game was.
Yeah, so Delhi was 6 f3 and Dubai was 6 bishop g5.
Oh yeah, Dubai. That game, I erased that game from my memory because it was so badly played by both of us. Yeah. So he's thinking, he was not expecting this for sure. So bishop.
Now he
So
plays
do you
bishop
think
g5.
he's trying to understand like which line first of all Richard wants after bishop g5, or do you think he's just trying to remember where is the forced draw in his classic?
I think he's just trying to remember. And
but is there a forced draw in classical?
I don't think there's a forced draw in classical, but I think there are ways to find a pleasant position for white. And Ananta Krishnan in the chat, white active as always. Earlier he commented about 1d4 being the best by test because AlphaZero and Stockfish do that when they play without book. And he likes to play knight d5 here, but not a realistic option in the candidates, I think. And Michael is asking, will there be a playoff for the second place if 2 or 3 players are tied for that position after round 14? No, Michael, there won't be a tie break playoff, but it will be decided by statistics. Sony von Berger.
Right. So he goes for a6. Oh, he didn't go for queen d3 line, which has been quite popular also recently. Queen d3 or bishop b5, queen d3.
Yeah.
But yeah, main lines are usually the best lines in general. If you want to learn any openings, it's better to start with all the main lines. And we should go for bishop d7 as well, which is again probably the main system in the classical. And let's see which one Nepo goes for. Do you go for f3 or f4? Like if you want to.
In Nepo shows, I go for f4.
If draw is good for you, then you go for f4, not f3.
Yeah, I think f3 is just sharper, no?
Also more solid, yeah. Like you keep everything controlled.
With
like
f3.
You keep the center in control. The thing with f4, eventually you have to take bishop f6, right? So at least there you give up 2 bishops. So there might be some sort of imbalance in the position.
Yeah, but f3 is all g4, h4, g5 stuff. And it becomes a full-blooded fight.
Right. That's what we want, yeah. Opposite side casting and.
Yeah, that's what Rapport wants. That's what we want. And we thought we'll see a quick draw, which we will probably see in the Alireza Ding game, where the queens have been traded. And we have this position.
Let's quickly go there.
Yeah, I expect some knight e3, knight f5. The bishop, light square bishop being traded, and Alireza just wants to get out of the area.
Yeah,
he just wants to get out of
quite expected as well.
And yeah, knight f5 check.
Yeah, probably you take, play bishop b4 or rook e5, whatever.
Yeah. Alireza taking a cue out of Nepo's book, a bit too late in the candidates, but he's playing like how Nepo wanted to.
Yeah, and this I could not understand. He could have done the same thing against Nepo, and the tournament would be still a little bit close. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? But you don't really think properly when you haven't slept the previous night, I guess.
So talking about that, how did you sleep last night, Srinath? Were you enjoying your rest day? Did you rest in your rest day?
I tried, but my sleep cycle has kind of gone back to how it used to be in the lockdown. So I sleep at like 4 o'clock, 4:30 sometimes. No matter when I go to bed, I end up sleeping quite late. How about you?
Yeah, no, it's the same thing. And somehow it went so fast, the rest day. I mean, I got up early, but I had some work. I finished the work, and then full day. I don't know where it went so quickly. And when I woke up again today, and I was like, oh man, again this candidates. The candidate's still going on. Also, like here in this position, rook e5, I think you go back, bishop d3, because what other move can you do here? You don't want to take on e5 and Yeah, G4, Rook E8 again, or Bishop B4 for that matter.
I think you just have to play Rook D1 and wait.
Yeah, so
and then King
I guess
G2.
I guess it's better to then play Bishop D3 and probably play G3 then, yeah, than to play G4. Because
You want to
Alireza
keep
is
the
not
E2
sure.
square under control.
Yeah. Also, Alireza was not expecting this. I was like, why the guy is still playing? Yeah? Just make a draw. Let me go.
Of course, but he also doesn't want to suffer, yeah?
Yeah.
Ding also doesn't want to suffer with something.
Right.
Bishop D3 makes sense. I guess Alireza can do anything except Rook into E5.
Rook E5. Correct. Yeah, ideally you don't want to play Rook E5 because just undoubles the pawn makes black life so much easier. And then E4 comes, then you can get a little bit worse with white. So yes, this you don't want. And now that I see Rook E5 on the board, I guess Alireza will think for a bit, yeah?
Yeah, we'll think for a bit, but we can conclude that this is probably going to be a draw sooner or later and move on from this game. And back to the Nepo game, or do you want to have a look at something else?
He goes Bishop G4, again, fairly logical. He's covering the E2 square from G4, and probably if Rook E8, he goes Rook D1. And yeah, I don't know. Let's see what he does. I think they're going to think for a bit. Let's see. We haven't seen Fabi's game for a bit now. Or we haven't seen Duda's game at all, right?
Yeah, we haven't seen Duda's game, which was a repeat of the Alireza game, the opening. Duda played the knight off. Hikaru repeating what he played against Alireza, Bishop E3, E5, knight f3. And Duda goes for something more conventional here. Alireza went for knight c6. Duda played the bishop to e7. And h3, h6, bishop c4. This is the present position that we have.
Right. So this is a typical way where white wants to keep things solid, not go for broke, with f3, g4. That's why he puts the knight back to f3. And again, start to play for the d5 square, which you're explaining in the stream as well. That the d5 square is basically the key point of this knight of Sicilian. Whoever has more control, and yeah, black immediately fights for the d5 square. And whoever has more control of the d5 square, their position becomes a lot easier to play.
Absolutely, Abhijit. And Swaran Singh is asking, what is the minimum number of moves after which players can offer a draw? It's 40 moves, yeah?
I think so, but I have to check.
But having said that, we haven't seen any draw offers in the candidates so far. And let's have a quick look at the Rajabo game against Caruana, where it started with the Catalan opening, and Fabiano took d into c4, bishop g2, bishop b4 check, which is also an opening that we had in one of our games, haven't we?
Which you won, probably, or not?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Also bad memory, so I wiped it out. So yeah, bishop b4, bishop d2 is quite logical. And Fabi went for a5 line, yeah, which has been getting a lot of popularity these days. I see many I see Gukesh playing this line a lot recently. So white, Temur went for, I guess,
Queen c2.
Queen c2. Queen c2.
He went for Queen c2. Taking back the pawn immediately. Castle, Queen into c4. And what's going on here?
I believe at some point you do play b6, maybe first take on d2 and then go for b6 in general. And I don't know how it is working right now, because let's say if you take on d2, with knight d2, I guess you will take. Also, now I see another move. I can also take knight fd2. And then there is no b6 because bishop on g2 is just a monster controlling everything. But so maybe that's the reason Fabi is also thinking that what has happened here.
Yeah, but all this should be pretty well known, no? It was.
Yeah.
I don't think this is the most principal attempt by White to set black problems. This variation with Queen C2, short castle, Queen into C4, and I don't expect it to be a big challenge for black to equalize from this game. And just had a brief check. Yeah.
I think B6 is the move. Directly B6 is the move, which was played by Vidit. There is also Knight C6 there. There is also Bishop D. So there are all kind of moves here in this position. But basically Knight C6, Bishop D2 and B6. And B6, I was wondering what happens if I just take the bishop. Like what if you just take the pawn? Maybe black gets this initiative, yeah. With bishop A6, Queen D3, you have to go. AB4, Queen D4, and probably
doesn't feel like initiative here.
No, some Knight C6 or C5. Yeah, it doesn't feel like you're right.
Also, Vidit played this in a Title Tuesday game, yeah?
Yeah. So the other move. Oh, I think now I remember, yeah, why Queen C2 they stopped playing was because of this line with Bishop D2 and B5. Maybe if you can just go back
a
little bit. So Bishop D2, Queen D2, I think, no?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, it is Queen D2. Queen D2.
Also, Vidit won a very nice game once in the World Cup. No, not first C6, yeah? A4, B5?
Because B5 there's Queen G5, no?
Yeah. I mean, Queen G5 is the common theme, yeah? Like even after C6. A4.
Yeah, true.
B5. Also, Vichy won a very nice game here against Topalov, but it was with Knight D2, I guess. Or somewhere Knight A3 he goes. Maybe here or?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was somewhere here. I also had it in one of the videos I did on Catalan, the Anand Topalo game, in which it was during the World Championship match. Yeah, it was 93 here, which was a novelty at that time when Vichy played it. And the previous game here was A into B5, C into B5, Queen G5. This was played in Kramnik Topalo in the 2006 match that they had in Elista. And instead, Knight A3 was Vichy's novelty here. And
what a remarkable game that was. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should probably we have time to show that game. Yeah, it was quickly show the game.
Right.
So it continued Bishop D7, understandable move, but Knight E5, Knight D5, and
E4,
now Vichy played E4. Yeah.
Even Knight
had to move.
Knight B4.
Short castle.
And then short castle. Yes.
Short castle. And now a typical theme in these positions is to break with D5 because black is not well developed. And Vichy started by preparing it with Rook F D1. All the pieces developed and a lot of pressure on this region. D5 incoming, indirectly weakening the C6 pawn further. Topalo played Bishop E8, a typical defensive move, trying to bring his knight into the game. D5, Queen D6, Knight G4, Queen C5, and this knight went to E3 to offer support to the D5 pawn to increase the pressure. Knight A6, D into C6, B into A4, but this extra pawn on the A file not really much of help. And now Vichy started bringing his pieces in. Knight into C4, Rook A C1, and H6 was played. Knight D6, Queen A7, Knight G4.
G4. This was the key movement, already. And I remember, like later, Vichy was also saying that all these kind of moves, were already checked in the analysis. Like there is some sack on H6. He just had to make sure in which position it was. Which was quite remarkable, because those days Indians were not very strong, and I think I remember this was probably Wojciech's idea, and he became one of the one D4 beasts, like from all these Anand's matches, World Championship matches.
Absolutely, Abhijit. Yes, indeed. The sacrifices on head 6, rook d8, knight into head 6 was the chemo. G into head 6, queen into head 6, and the point being that it's still not over. Black can still defend with f6, the queen coming into the game and trying to defend. And here was a critical point. White played the spectacular move here, which finished off the game for Black. Chat, do you want to try and find it? Do you want to try and find which move it was which won the game for Vichy from here? That was one of the most beautiful games in, I think, the history of the opening, the Catalan opening, especially with regard to its contribution in World Championship matches. And with this win, Anand took a lead against Topalo, 2.5, 1.5. This was the 4th game of the match, while Fabi and B6 actually played in the game, yeah?
Yeah.
So it turns out Vidit didn't mess up his prep after all. Oh, no. Maybe not. It just... No, B6 played in the game.
Yeah, B6 was played in the game, but I'm not sure that it's the right plot.
But B6, surely Fabi could not have messed up, no? Right. Or maybe Fabi saw Vidit's game and...
No, I think he was taken a surprise, and I feel he's reacting on his own. I mean, he would have prepared something, but not. I don't think he remembers everything right now, or maybe something is going on. Like, I'm not 100% sure that everything is good there, with Fabi's move. Let us go to that position quickly. So I guess Bishop D4. I guess you will take, and then after Bishop A6, Queen B3, AB4, Queen B4. Let's try to understand what is this. Like, if Black has this composition, then where it is. Do you think there's some kind of C5? Because this is typical Fabi, yeah?
No, I think it's a bit messed up, Abhijit, because I may have some idea where it got messed up, because in these variations, after I think there are some lines where you get this automatically, yeah. Like, for example, Bishop B4 check, Bishop D2, A5, this kind of Bogo Indian positions, G3, D5, Bishop Queen C2, and this typically transposes into the Catalan variations. And here D into C4 is one of the most, Queen into C4, and I think there is some B6 here, right here.
No, but I think Fabi is still in prep, because I see one idea which could be quite interesting if we can just go to the current position. Like here, so let's say if you take on B4, Black takes, White takes it back. And now I think C5. And
okay.
And the point is DC5, you go Knight C6. Okay, firstly you can play Queen D2, but let's say first Bishop A6, no? Like first Bishop A6 and then all those
okay.
things.
Bishop A6 and then
Queen
takes C5.
Yeah. Takes and now Knight C6. And of course you can go Queen D2, but I guess after BC5 I'll have some play. Your pieces will still take time. And if you take Queen D6, maybe I have Queen C8 here, trying to, get some sort of initiative against White Queen. And it so feels like Fabi's prep, like this kind of things where it's deep and it's some pawn sack. And also I see it has been played before already, this Knight C6 move, till Knight C6, where White
in correspondence chess or
no, normal games. The first time was played in 1982. So, and both the players went for Queen D2 here with White. They didn't dare to take on B6.
Of course.
So Fabi's still trying, like to get some ideas, to get some wins.
Fabi is Fabi, yeah. So D is asking if is Raja better. The jury's still out on that, isn't it?
Right. And it's not entirely clear that who's better and why. And if this is Fabi's preparation, then I'm sure he would come out on top. But if it's not, then I'm sure white is better. But if it's not Fabi's preparation,
Yeah. Also,
then,
what happens after Queen D2? Let's say I just trade the queens.
Or you can start with BC5. Yeah, not really trade the queen directly.
How?
Like start with BC5.
Yeah.
Now BC5.
Queen D8.
Yeah. Yeah, Queen D8, Rook D8, Rook FD8. And I mean, I can see like I have some activity. Yeah, like both my rooks are active. Bishop on A6 doing wonderful job. Sometimes I'm threatening knight B4 ideas.
Yeah, but is white
Also
really risking much here? If I'm not happy with the draw?
I mean, you are not risking much. Let's say knight C3, I go knight D5. Again, trying to not let you castle because E2 pawn is soft. Otherwise, if you castle. So knight D5, let's say if you take, I take back with the pawn. And already with this construction with C5 and D5, I feel black will have some play for sure.
Yeah, there's definitely some counterplay. I agree.
But I mean, you can continue with King D2, Rook C1.
Yeah.
And again, yeah, I totally agree that white is not risking anything for sure. But I guess even if white has something, it should be very small here.
Right. So this is what we have in the Raja game, where we actually went quite deep. And it's not entirely clear what Fabi has up his sleeve, but we suspect some deep preparation from Fabi here. Meanwhile, a quick look back at the Alireza game of Vidit and look at the pawn structure. Is this really going towards a draw?
I don't think so. I think Ding has gotten himself a chance here. Right? That's what I feel.
Alireza needs to actually. He did that by sacrificing a pawn. He played h5 here, kind of forcing Alireza to take the pawn.
No, he could have come back. No.
Yeah, he could have still come bishop f3.
Yeah, if I'm happy with the draw, this is the move I'll make, not rook into e5.
I think he just provoked Alireza, which is, I guess, not that difficult to do either.
Yeah. No, but let's continue actually after rook e5, fe5, bishop h5. And f5 was played. And to me, it just looks like black has such an easy play, no? Like you play e4, you try to bring advance the king all the way to c3 if you can. And if nothing else, you can start pushing your whole center, yeah? After f5, e4, maybe c5, d4, f4, everything. Create big pawn chain in the center. And the problem for white is that he can, although he's a pawn up, but he cannot really advance 2 pawns together. He can only advance 1 pawn, which can be easily stopped with either bishop, rook, or the king. Whereas for black, he can, in some scenario, can create 2 passes, connected passes. So, I mean, you can see E and D pawn are actually passed in this position for black. So if they, can go all the way, that would be very nice. And yeah, although black is down a pawn, but I think it's only black who can actually play for in this position. What did he play? He went for G3. Okay. But now I just play E4, F4, yeah?
Yeah.
And the king also becomes a little bit weak. H2 pawn becomes... Because I guess you have to take Gf4. You can't let me play F3 after that. So, I don't know. This is not looking a position completely safe for white. Yeah.
And definitely not what Alireza was aiming for when he started this game.
Right.
And in the Nepo rapport game, you are right, Abhijit, as with most times. Nepo went for the system with f3, but he started with knight into c6, bishop into c6, f3, and h6 on the board. This is classical Sicilian. You're done. So I'm not going to talk anything here. Please let us know what is going on.
So knight c6 is like a sort of a nuance where white feels that First of all, black can always take, but white feels that queen on d2 is better placed than queen on d4. So that's why he took it immediately without really black provoking it. And yeah, so black took back, and after f3, h6 is of course a move, but there is also bishop e7. There are many moves here. Goes for h6, but I'm really thinking that why Nepo is thinking because so if he can just he can either play bishop f4 or bishop e3, but if he can just shows the people if black goes h6 immediately, let's say without taking on c6, let's say if white doesn't take on c6, let's say and now the point was, what was the point, Srinath?
Bishop e3.
I don't remember. Yeah,
white can just come bishop e3 and go g4, g5. Yeah, but
g4,
black
g5.
has this knight e5 option, b5 and knight e5.
Right. No, I was trying to get this line, where you play knight c6 and bishop f4. Which line do they have? It happens.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Maybe instead of bishop d7 h6, yeah.
Oh, you mean this variation?
Yeah, and here
with d5 queen
goes. Yeah.
Right.
So it makes sense now to play h6 because now you have to go bishop e3 anyway in the current position, because bishop f4 doesn't really do anything. But I don't know why he's thinking so much. And bishop e3, I guess your idea should be to play d5 at some moment. But here, ideally, like black wants white to take on d5. But here after d5, white can simply go e5. So that's why probably you start with queen c7, maybe to begin with, and then try for d5. But what happens generally, let's say I go king d1. And even here, if black goes for d5, white sometimes just sacrifices his pawn with e5. And let's say if you take queen takes, white will usually go bishop f4, and the queen is somewhat misplaced here. Yeah, so here maybe even h4 or g4, somehow the queen is not well placed here. So white gets some compensation because the queen is on this side rather than on the queen side. So these are the typical ideas. Black is aiming for d5, and white generally tries to counter it with e5 at the correct moment.
Right.
But I think he's thinking because maybe he wants to play bishop f4 here, trying to clarify things.
Oh yeah, that could be. But bishop f4. What if I go? Okay. So d5. What do you want?
D5 probably. Yeah, I don't know what I want. First of all, what happens
the
to
other
e5?
option is e5, but e5 can you? Yeah, I rest my case.
No, e5 bishop e3. Yeah.
But I think I've had enough convincing already.
Yeah, I mean, you can go e5 if you. It's like quite. Oh, you mean the bar? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
But it's plus 1.5 after I made e5.
But it's very hard to understand why it's plus 1.5. For me, it is still pretty unclear. Yeah? You attack queen side, white will attack king side. Like let's say you play b5, white goes g4, and game continues. Yeah, for me it is unclear position, not plus 1.5.
Yeah, but this feels like a good version of Nadov.
Right. Also because black had gotten this. Black has played h6, so it kind of creates a hook, that you can exploit after g4, g5, where black has to open up the king side. So yeah, maybe that's why it is so much better. So bishop f4, then probably you have to play d5, yeah?
Yeah, I had to play d5 after bishop f4. And
I'm just wondering what happens after e5. Is it so bad or what?
Knight d7, now you don't have f4 before though.
Yeah, probably that is why. After knight d7, the bishop is sort of stuck on f4. He has made a move something.
He played bishop f4.
Oh, he did. Okay.
And I'm not sure.
Also, I know what he wants. Yeah, d5. Maybe he just wants to take e5. and make a draw like this. So let's say knight d5, I take knight d5. How do you take back?
Bishop d5, c4.
Bishop d5. Not c4, but bishop e5 already.
And
this
you're
is quite
arguing
safe,
that only white can win.
No, I'm not arguing white can win also, but I'm just saying that, okay, it's pleasant to play. Also, you have exchanged few pieces, which means that the position is a lot clearer now. And white is quite safe. Like you just play king b1 and your king is quite safe, whereas black probably has to play f6 at some point to just after bishop e5 to just get out, from this. But I guess it's not a big deal to play f6 here. Oh, where his hand is going.
But also you can do c4, no? If you want to just trade. He went d5.
Right. C4 C4 you can do c4. I have to go bishop c6, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But taking that is not. I'm not sure whether that is completely equal. That is where you can actually go passive, and then let's say you take queen d8 and take everything on d8. And this position, I just feel that black is more comfortable than white. You put bishop c5, you play g5, g4.
Right.
And it's just that so much easier to play with black. And yeah, this is, also computer agrees, like black has slight pull here. But of course, this is quite equal as well. But this is where, the psychology comes, where white desperately wants to make a draw. And if black just plays on for a while, it makes it can be, white can get annoyed by all this.
Yeah, true. But I don't think Nepo will fall into that trap. And from Rapwood's perspective, what does he get with a win or draw here, Abhijit? Apart from just pride and happiness, let's have a look at the amount of prize money that each player has won. We have a decent idea of the prize structure of the candidates tournament, and with each draw, the players win something. So let's have a look at how much prize has been won by the players so far in this candidates until round 12 so far, the earnings of the players. And there we have it. The total prize pool is about €500,000 and 525,000 USD, approximately 5.25 lakhs. And so far, with just the sheer weight of his points, Jan Nepomniachtchi has €56,000 and Richard Rapport 31,500. And you don't get anything for a loss. Yeah, you just win prize money for every half point you get.
Yeah, which is a fair system. Yeah, as you can see, Nepo is getting 56,000 because he is on 8 point, and you get Alireza had 28,000 because he had 4 point. Also, do you get this additional money, right? If you come in top 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, if you come in the top 1, 2, 3, as it was just shown, you get some additional money. But aside from that, you get 3,500 euros.
It will be a decent payday for Jan, yeah? 56 plus 48,000 first prize if he gets it.
Yep, he will have close to 108,000 euros, which is approximately close to 1 crore in Indian rupees.
Yeah.
A bit more than 1 crore. So King is going, like, wow, I wish I was as good as Nepo. I only have to work 15 days a year to get 100,000. Well, we are counting only the revenue here, not the expenses.
Yeah, also, I'm sure he has been working all his life to come here to get this prize money, not like just work during the tournament.
Yes, he certainly didn't work only 15 days a year. But even if he did, it's also not... it's also pretty expensive to have your own team to do the camps, the preparatory camps. And you don't have any guarantee that you will be at where Nepo is with 56,000 or whether you will be where Alireza is with 28,000. It's not a guaranteed payday. So you are risking it is not a guaranteed money by any chance, but this is one incentive that the players have to score points and getting back to the game. Also, someone is asking if there's any tax on these prices. Of course, there is the applicable tax of whichever country you're residing in. And what do you think, Abhijit? E into d5 straightforward, or do you also do? Is there some kind of Queen e3 here too?
Queen e3 or Queen e1, maybe one of them.
Queen e1, Queen e1 actually makes. But Queen e1 allows Bishop b4, I thought.
Yeah, but you can play a3 and ask Black what he's doing with the bishop.
Bishop a5?
Yeah, Bishop a5.
Now, do you...
I guess even Bishop d2 makes some sense, yeah?
Yeah, but it gets chaotic, no? d4, d5.
d4, I was thinking knight e2 actually, not... Bishop. Yeah, this can be a little bit dangerous. But how do you defend this pawn?
e5, I thought.
Okay, so let's say I go Bishop b6, King b1.
King b1, Rook c8.
Bishop b4.
e5.
I don't know, Queen g3 maybe.
Yeah, this was wrong.
But something was played, yeah. Let us see what was played in that.
Queen e1 has been played.
Oh, he's still going for it, yeah.
Yeah, we're on
Queen
target.
e1, Bishop b4. Let's say a3, you go Bishop a5. Can I do something easier with white? Also, how? Let's say I go b4, you have to play Bishop b6, I guess. And now if I take ed5, how do you take back?
Knight, I press it.
But knight, aren't you losing a piece? So
how?
Knight takes.
Bishop takes okay, rook into d5, yeah. Got it. c4, I thought there's queen c8, but you just take rook into d5. Because there's just pin. Which means you have to take with the bishop here.
Yeah.
But what if the same... then you just take this bishop, right?
I guess you give up the queen, yeah.
Yeah, because there's a lot of compensation with the opposite color bishop.
Yeah. Although I'm not entirely sure.
Huh?
Yeah.
Bishop into d8.
Oh no, I understand. What was the point? Queen f6 maybe.
Oh,
instead of knight f4.
Okay.
That's why you need to remove the knight, not to get to f6.
Right.
And which also doesn't make a lot of sense, because if I do the same thing, you can also play queen f6 there, no? But after bishop e5, I guess with the bishop there, there's I get the point. So takes
no bishop e3 check.
Also no queen g5 check, yeah, now
f4.
There is f4. If knight was there, we could take knight f4, I guess, in that position.
Yeah.
So what would happen if top two were on the same points at the end of the tournament? There would be a tiebreaker. There would be a playoff, but it's very unlikely that there will be in this one.
Nepo has kind of destroyed that. We have moves in the Nepo game. It's a fast-moving, fast-paced game so far, yeah?
Yeah, A3 was played, yeah. Do you also think, because Carlsen has been playing classical once in a while, with black pieces, this Roser, do you think he would have checked it for the match against Magnus? Because that was also an argument of Hikaru, that he could have tried some Sicilian against Nepo, but he didn't try it because he just felt that there would be some bomb, lying for him, where at any moment, if goes some sidestep here and there, Nepo would be quite ready for it. So do you think this is still his prep for the World Championship match against Magnus?
It's possible. It's completely possible, Abhijit. Again, what I know, in a World Championship match, people check everything, as unlikely as it might be, and for every eventuality. So if you are playing 1e4 and your opponent wants to try and get a game, then classical is one of the openings where you can get an uncompromising fight regardless. So I think there's a pretty good chance. And Sandeep Kumar is saying the scores and rankings are not correct. Sandeep, it's according to the end of round 11, and it's not exactly the rankings, but it's to show the approximate amount of prize money won so far. And we'll get a clear picture at the end of the tournament, but this is the approximate one so far. And so far, this game is pretty convenient, yeah, for especially for you looking at it from Black's perspective. It's almost like you're playing there.
Well, not necessarily, because I'm not liking this position for Black so much.
Like, what do you do after Bishop A5?
Not sure entirely what should I do, but maybe something like I can also try some Bishop E5 at some moment, and maybe not here, yeah.
Yeah.
Because of what actually? Do you have Knight E4 or what?
Yep.
Nice trick. So let's say if I take ED5, you take Knight D5. Oh, first of all, ED5, what do? You take with what?
It's a good question. Maybe because now, with the bishop.
Yeah, if you take with the bishop, I was thinking just Bishop E5.
Oh, this is the point. I think A3, Bishop A5, E into D5 is the point.
And this, I don't know what you do next, because if you go castle, I'm just going to take Bishop F6. And you cannot, I mean, you can take Queen F6, but there is Knight D5, yeah? And Queen G5,
Queen G5 check F4.
F4, yeah.
Or even Queen
E3.
A piece.
Queen E3, ED5, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, white cannot lose that, yeah? Queen G5 and Rook D5.
Yeah, but it's a piece versus pawn, yeah? Which one do you prefer? You prefer pawns?
I prefer a piece.
So you're getting a piece, no? After F4.
True. Queen G5 check F4. It wins a piece.
Yeah, and if you take now with Knight D5, then maybe B4 is possible, yeah? And probably now you have to give up the queen and play this with Knight
Can
F4.
I do the same Queen F6? No. This is also the... No. Yeah, this works. Queen A1, there's King D2.
Yeah.
Bishop D5, just Bishop E5.
Yeah. But let's say if instead of after
Bishop C7 is a move, yeah?
I'm not sure. I can just take, yeah? And there is a pinned, yeah, D5. Like Bishop C7, Queen C7, Knight D5.
Yeah, right.
And Rook D5, and you simply win a piece. And if I think the move is to give the queen. I think Knight F4 is the move. Okay. Like Knight D5, B4, Knight F4. And you know how many times this position has been reached?
0.
68 times. 68 times this position. Yes.
Oh, so this is all theory. It's all known stuff.
Apparently, this is all theory. But I don't know good theory or bad theory, but because the last time this position was reached was way back in 2013.
Wow. And
but it doesn't look so bad for Black, yeah. There were many
guys. This one looks much better than the other Queen Down rapport had against Nepomniachtchi.
I mean, it was also played by the person who's running for FIDE presidency.
Vichy. Oh no, presidency. Peter Hein. No, Barish Pullets.
Yes. How do you pronounce it?
I just I don't know if I was right. I just said Barish Pullets.
Okay. I was never pronouncing his name in my life.
No, neither me.
So I don't know how
So
to pronounce
apologies
it.
if I
But
got
yeah,
it wrong in the chat.
but it doesn't look so bad. Like it feels that white should be a bit better here for sure. But black has his counterplay. Yeah?
Is there anything else white can do? Get a safer position after knight d5?
No, I think you have to go for it. Or you can maybe play bishop d2 earlier instead of b4.
Bishop a5, there's nothing else you can do.
I mean, bishop d2, then we saw this d4 line, yeah? d4, knight e2.
No, I don't like that so much.
But b4, bishop b6, what do you do? Yeah, ed5. Okay, this position is also not so bad. Yeah, ed5, and now how do you take?
Where?
You take with the bishop, yeah? So let's say after b4 instead of bishop d2.
Yeah.
I think b4 you have to do at some moment. I'm not sure of first ed and now ed. And here we discussed that bishop has to take with the bishop here. Black has to take with the bishop.
Right.
And now also bishop e5 we can play still, no? Which also looks not so bad, no? Let's say castles. And maybe queen h4. I mean, this is another way where you exchange almost everything very quickly.
Except that you have to play this move b4.
Yeah, I mean,
logically can be a
right. Block. But again, it's of Nepo's caliber. It should be quite simple. And also, once you start calculating this position, you reach here and you start to ponder, right? That how does black, defend, or how does black generate some counter? Because I see just bishop f6, and you have to take with the queen. Then everything get exchanged. d5. I take on d5 next, and that's it. Yeah, GG, game over, tournament over. And
can I do some bishop e3, bishop g5?
Yes, bishop e3. Let's say I go first of all king b1 or king b2. I think king b2 is saner. No?
Yeah, king b2 feels more natural.
Yeah. Bishop g5. Maybe just come. Yeah, queen d4. Everything is centralized. And now I'm threatening to do probably trap your bishop on g5. And yeah, it just looks so good, no? All right. I mean, no, I just feel white is much better in this position.
Yeah.
Although computer only says very little, but the feeling is just white is almost winning here.
True. White seems to be having no problems at all here. And
oh, by the way, even Fabi's game. Can we quickly switch to Fabi's game?
Yeah, I know. I noticed it happened exactly the way we predicted it would.
And Fabi didn't even flinch. He was just playing immediately once this happened. Like he had a long thing on move 8 on b6, and after that he didn't even flinch. He was just playing in seconds.
Yeah, he certainly knows what is going on. He reached here, which Vidit also probably knew when he played it in his Title Tuesday game. But nevertheless, Abhijit, I still think it's a pretty safe position for white here. Maybe not a big advantage, but I don't think there's anything to be concerned about for white either, which is the case in Ali Riza's game against Ding, yeah?
Let us take a quick overview actually. f4 is a nice move. You stop the king and you sort of also stop black from playing f4. And yeah, it should be around.
Stop the pawns also.
You want to play a5, a4 as black. Maybe push even a3 if you can. Try to fix this a2 pawn, but it is a passive position. That's what I have to say. That's why I don't like this position for white. I'm not saying white is worse or something, but it's just passive where you have to sit, and literally just wait, yeah, for black to do something.
Right. And what is happening in the Hikaru Duda game? We haven't had a looked at in a while, in which it has turned into a sort of no castling position for black.
Yeah. Knight g6, rook g8. Do you think he'll take here, or do you think he will come back the knight?
I don't see any reason for taking a decision
yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you can just play queen d3.
Yeah, queen d3 or queen e2 cover the c4 square.
Yeah, I didn't like queen e2 because after rook c8, I still probably have to defend this knight because rook c3 is a typical exchange sacrifice in these kind of positions.
Right.
So that's why I was wanting queen d3. But maybe rook c8 anyway. You want to play knight c4. And a fairly interesting position, and I'm not entirely sure what is going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Fairly interesting position. And although black has not castled and black cannot castle, his king in the center is completely safe. And how do you explain it, Abhijit, that black is kind of violating some of the known principles? But I think one of the points is this king on f7 is pretty safe, and black's control of these central squares and the potential invasion squares is also pretty helpful for black in making sure that white cannot get to black's king so easily.
Yeah, for sure. Because the thing is, you have this basically these 3 pawns in the center which you're mentioning, this e6, e5, d6, and also white has a very important thing is this white has this pawn on e4, so it cannot really, the rooks cannot enter, or look at the king because of the white pawn on e4. So yes, let's say eventually white will take knight e7 and black will take with the king, and it's very difficult to reach the king. But on the other hand, I don't think black is also better because he can never really advance his center because the king will be always in the center. So I feel it's more or less an even position, and let's see what happens, because to me objectively it feels like it's roughly about equal, and I don't know actually which side to prefer in this position, black or white. Which side?
When in doubt, take black.
Right.
Wow. So what an interesting penultimate day. Let's get an overview where there has been 2 fighting Sicilian defense games. We all thought it would be a quieter day, but 2 interesting Sicilian defense games. The first 2 ones, Nepo Mnishi Rapport, where I suspect Nepo is still in his prep and Rapport is out of it, and Hikaru against Duda, where the position looks super interesting at the moment. Alireza Ding, the first game of Alireza where I think he just felt completely extinguished his fire.
Right.
And yeah.
And in the game of Timur versus Fabi, we are still on the right track. Yeah? This knight d5 happened. And again, we feel that black has enough pawn to play, but white's position is also quite solid. Yeah, but again, Fabi looks pretty deep into his prep. I think it also shows that Nepo and Fabi were the best prepared players in this candidates. Yeah, clearly, they're still showing their prep until round 13. There has been enormous depth in their preparation, and Nepo has just managed to get better results out of it due to several factors. And that is the first hour of play for round 13, and this is where the game stand. And we'll be back after a short little break. But meanwhile, chat, do hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't, and we'll be right back.
The defending champion Jan Nepomniachtchi is back at the candidates, effecting his 2nd straight bid to challenge for the World Chess Championship. One of the more experienced players, Nepo brings to Madrid an aggressive style that is both challenging to face and entertaining to watch. 2 years ago, Nepo made the most of his debut in the candidates. With a round to spare, he won the event in convincing fashion.
That's all he needed. Jan Nepomniachtchi is the 2021 World Chess Championship challenger.
That victory led Nepo to a World Championship match with Carlsen and also secured his return to the candidates in Madrid this year. Despite being one of only 2 players in the field to have won the candidates, the expectations for Nepo are not particularly high this time around. However, his confidence from having won here before, in addition to his years of competitive experience, may offer him a shot to turn some heads. If Nepo should pull a major upset and face Magnus Carlsen again, the two know each other well. Nepo has competed against Carlsen for decades, ever since the two prodigies were 12 years old.
Welcome back, everyone, to the chess.com India's coverage of the 2022 FIDE candidates. And we are back with a very special guest, former World Junior Champion, International Master, and a YouTube favorite, Soumya Swaminathan. Hi, Soumya.
Hi, Shri. Thank you so much. Very kind introduction. And hi.
Welcome, Soumya. And
long time no see on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, it's my first stream on Chess.com India, so I'm very excited to join you guys.
Wow.
So, how is it going? How is the candidates going so far?
Let's. If you're asking about the candidates, then it's been a one-man show.
Amazing,
Nepo is just leading all the way with a 2-point lead. And we thought he was going to just finish it off today, but it doesn't seem so easy. Rapport hasn't made it easy for him so far. And let's get an overview of the games that are going on right now to have a look at the positions. And there you have it. So not quite clear what is going on in the Nepo Rapport game, yeah?
But actually, yeah, I was watching it and I thought it was an unusual decision by Nepo to go for this line itself, like the knight c6, b6. It's such a fighting line. But then I also like his position. So probably it's a good decision.
But what else can you do which is also solid and let's say not risk so much?
Against classical, no, all the lines are fighting only.
Yeah.
No matter what you choose. That's true. But I actually like his position, so I would take white in Nepo's game.
Right. And what are your impressions of the other games that are on, the positions?
So Firouzja versus Ding, I thought it's just equal and Firouzja just wants to make a draw. Like, I felt that was his intention. But it's not like a dead position. There are so many possibilities, but still I feel it will be a draw. And I actually liked Hikaru and Hikaru's position with the knight on g6, but I can see that the assessments bar shows it's equal. So evaluation bar is like, okay, no problem for black. And also Temur's game, I thought that line was very interesting. But when I saw it, there were many pieces on the board a few minutes ago, but now everything is exchanged. So but I mean, black is totally fine, no? After knight b4 and all this. Like
Black looks totally fine, and in fact, it's white who has to think about liquidating now. No.
Now white is the one who has to probably play more precisely than black. I wanted to ask, so this is your favorite Catalan opening, and also on Nepo's game we have Abhijit's favorite browser. So I wanted to take your opinions about the opening, or have you already discussed?
Yeah, in the Rajabo game we actually thought this will occur, like this exact variation is position. And we were right up to this point. And it was a pretty nice prep by Fabi. Of course, you have to have some pretty nice prep if you have to survive against the Catalan, which Fabi had. And he has almost a 50-minute advantage on the clock. He's been pretty deep. I think Fabi and Nepo have been simply the best prepared players in this tournament. And incredible depth even to show this in round 13, especially with things not going great for him in the second half, but he's still in there fighting.
I agree. Actually, I was thinking about the same thing. Like before today, I was just thinking about how the players were doing and everything. And I felt Fabi and Nepo were the most motivated throughout the tournament. At least that's the energy I received. Ding as well, but I felt Ding was very tired because of his marathon. Like it could be because of his marathon series of games.
Qualification.
And also, he played for the qualification, and then also he played this online tournament just before the candidates where he was up till 5 a.m. in the morning. And I felt that could have played a role in his energy levels, because yesterday's game versus day before yesterday's game of Ding versus Temur. I mean, if I didn't know it was Ding playing white, I would have never believed it was a 2700 player playing white. It's so unusual to see a 2700 going so wrong in the opening, like after 12-13 moves. So I thought it was a clear case of tiredness, and as a result, your decision making gets completely affected.
Yeah.
Well, you were
Talking about
right.
that-
It wasn't a 2700 player who played that game. It was a 2800 player.
Yeah, now he's in 2800.
Yeah, talking about that, what do you think is do you think the level of play in the candidates has dropped from before, or do you think it's still quite high and it's just that people are getting tired and making mistakes?
As a spectator, who was not commentating on the games for 6-7 hours, and as a result not following it as closely as you both were, as a spectator, I felt the quality was a little different than the previous editions. And it could be a mix of COVID, as well as, all the players have been playing so many tournaments nowadays, and Rapid is no more looked at as a fun escape. Everybody is preparing also for the Rapid events, taking them very seriously. So the calendar is too packed, and I just feel like probably they did not have as much energy left to prepare for the candidates. And that's the reason it was so clear to me that Nepo is like totally motivated, getting good positions, and as a result of his prep also with Carlsen, he's able to use that probably in this tournament, and also Fabi. I think both of them, their preparation just stands out in this event.
Right.
Do you guys felt the same, or what was your?
Well, there are some people in this candidates who haven't played for a very long time, so it could be like Temur we have on the screen. Just played one tournament in forever, for a year or something. He just played one classical event,
Right.
and Hikaru has been busy with streaming and online all these things, online tournaments. But yeah, also like I haven't seen that many players that playing that many tournaments besides Ding and probably even Rapport.
Right.
But other players, I think they had very reasonable breaks in between, and they could have prepared. I mean, they did prepare. They did had a decent rest. Yeah.
No, what I mean to say is that the time in between tournaments, which used to only be used for rest earlier, now it's used for other things. That's what I'm trying to say. Like Nakamura, he's streaming all the time. Even during the tournament, he's making recap videos. He has an unusual amount of energy, that's for sure.
Well, for Hikaru, candidates is a rest from his streams.
Rest from his streams. So that's
will you ever try this? Will you ever try this?
I will never even dare to try it. Like I'll just like that just the thought of doing this that will never occur to me. Even if Hikaru does it, and even if he wins the candidates and then goes on to fulfill all his dreams in chess, even then I'm not going to take inspiration from this. I don't have that kind of energy. That's
just a thought of having a recap itself is making me tired.
Yeah, he's on he works on a different level, that's for sure.
But also probably because he's streaming every day for 10-12 hours, so maybe that's why. He also said this in an interview, where he was saying that even in Grand Prix, like where all these young people are playing with Oparin and Esipenko, they were getting tired, and Hikaru was still quite fresh because probably he was streaming. He has been streaming every day for like 8-10 hours at least. So probably that improved his energy levels in general.
And he probably simply has a different attitude. Like, for example, let's say most chess players, not all, but most chess players are constantly thinking about the game. Even after the game is over, then the next day when they wake up, they are thinking about how to plan their schedule for the game, how to prepare for the game. So the game is constantly on their mind, not only for those 5-6 hours that you play. But I think Hikaru is able to compartmentalize streaming and then playing and then that rest part. He's not. I feel that is the only way you can do this. Otherwise, your mind is constantly working, and then how is it that you don't feel the fatigue? So he's probably able to just take a break from the game and make his divert his attention to other things.
Right, and probably he's the only person probably playing here who, at least by the games, we didn't feel that he's fatigued or tired. Like everybody else, like Fabi for sure, we just felt like in last few games he was just completely gone. Like he was so tired, like could barely, sit there. Like you could just see from his face. Also, like Ali Reza, although he's very young, but still, like the tiredness. Also, if you're not playing well, fatigue creeps in earlier than usual.
Yeah. You have a lot more to think about when you're not playing well. Too many things to consider. What are you going to do after you go back? How are you going to fix this? So many of those thoughts come to your mind. So let's have a look at the games. I think.
Let's see. Jan's
we have some major update in the Jan's game. As you can see, he's roaming around and he's back to his stable. But the queens are coming off the board. And Abhijit, Soumya, what do you think? Do you think Black still has a lot of chances to create something here after these trades, or do you think we are heading towards?
First of all, do you take on d5 or do you play bishop d3? There are two. I have this question first.
Oh.
I thought of taking on.
He has taken on d5 anyway, so let's just.
I was thinking if you're playing for a draw, like if you're good with a draw, let's say, then I would take on d5 and try to liquidate. Make it as clean as possible.
Yeah, and here you don't even have to play bishop d3. You can have a look and see what to do here. Maybe start with rook d4 also, and get your rook into the game.
Right. Let's say f5 for black.
Bishop e2.
Just king g7. I just want to put king on f6. And I don't know how straightforward is this, but maybe it is, It's just that I play this kind of positions a lot with black. So maybe I just feel that black is more comfortable than white. But of course, it should be just plain equal,
I also think so, that it's about equalish. What are your thoughts on it?
I also felt that this is very equal, and Nepo must be happy to get this position on the board, and he must be feeling quite comfortable because there are no weaknesses in White's camp. He doesn't need to worry about something. His bishop is also all right. It's not bad or something. So there's nothing to worry about.
Right. Do you think the winner of the event will be decided today itself, or?
I have a feeling. Of course, it depends. What about you guys? What are you predicting?
I think 95% it will be. Even if in the very unlikely event of Nepo losing today, which I think is very unlikely. But even in that instance, Ding and Hikaru still need to win. And with Ding's game, I don't think that is likely to happen, which only means Hikaru has to win, Nepo has to lose, and only then the fight will be on. And I think the chances of that is very minor.
Yeah, but I think also second place could be very crucial in this tournament. So the tournament.
Also, what do you think? What are the chances that Magnus will not defend his title according to you?
Neither of us amongst the three of us know him very well, so it's very hard to predict what's going on in his mind. But I feel that since he has made so many statements about it, I have a feeling that it's quite possible he'll stick to his word. But
but he only said once, no? He only said once that he will not. He might not.
I think twice or thrice. I saw two or three separate interviews of his.
But he kept on saying. He kept on. Deflecting the questions. He was never really answering it.
No, it would be fun to see another let's say Nepo wins the tournament, let's say, and he gets another chance on playing with Magnus, I think it's going to be a completely different match this time, no? Because he's had that match experience and he knows what to do. He has had so many thoughts about what he did right, what he did wrong. He has received so much feedback also. So this is going to be Nepo 2.0, obviously. It's not the same, as the legend said, you never cross the same river twice, So it's not going to be the same Nepo versus Carlsen match. It's going to be a different match. So it's going to be fun as a spectator and as players.
But do you think it'll be Nepo versus Carlsen match, or do you think it'll be Nepo versus the person who comes second in this match?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's quite possible that Carlsen actually sticks to his word and gives it a miss. But you never know. I don't know what goes on in this top player's mind. Sometimes they play these mind games just to make their competitors nervous and manipulate, influence, let's say, their decisions. So we never know.
Right. Personally, I feel that this is just, some things, and eventually, right at the end, Magnus will, of course, play and,
just a psychological ploy.
Yeah.
That's what I think the other players and the candidates also think. Like, even Hikaru, when he was talking about his chances of the second place, he was like, he said probably what Magnus, he said something like Magnus wouldn't really not play the World Championship match. And I think that's what we all think. But if there's still a slight chance, then
also if you see Fabi's game, he's one person who's absolutely sure that second place is not going anywhere. Like there is no hope for the second place. Like the way he was fighting in the last few games, and
talking about that, we do have a few updates. And so Bishop D3 has been played here. Bishop at F5 is a threat, and I think Nepo looks quite relaxed and confident, sipping his tea as usual. Do you want to have a conclusion and move to a different game?
Yeah, sure. I think it's like both players are fairly comfortable in this position, and Nepo just wanting a draw in this game. I just feels that it should be fairly easy. It should not be very difficult for White to make a draw in this position.
Right. Which brings us to back to the Raja Fabiano game, which is of a lot of interest if we consider the second place, both the players with 6 points each and in contention. And Raja has just played his knight to D2. Are we going to see a quick draw here?
Not sure. Yeah. So let's say we take on A2. And I'm hoping that you are taking on C5. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what do you play as black? Maybe you can just play Rook C8, yeah? And claim that you have to take this and you have to
you can't
castle, I guess. I mean, you can, but I guess you have to castle, yeah?
Yeah,
and then we pick up
E2
pawn. But we can at least pick up the E2 pawn, so
and this is pretty equalish,
it's also equal, yeah. I mean, next move at least Bishop F1 minimum, Knight B4, Bishop F1.
I mean, black has no problem whatsoever. I think you can just put Rook C2 and just, if you want, you can keep playing, but yeah, it is quite equal, yeah.
Yeah, I think neither does White have a lot of problems here. And,
sure.
Just an equal position, I think.
Right.
An equal position where I think White has to force the draw. That is what my feeling is. Because black pieces are a little bit more active than blacks. Okay, so I guess we can safely conclude that it might be a draw.
And whichever game we are looking at, we are going to see Nepo, because he's just making his moves and walking around the hall.
Yeah. I want to see, Hikaru come to some of the board and give his reactions.
Yes. And always ends up becoming a part of chess clips. I see all the clip videos. This is a very interesting position. I mean, I would not know the assessment if I didn't have the eval bar staring at me right here. Like it's so unclear. Can go either way, no? This game.
Even with the eval bar, it's not so clear, no? The evaluation. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, like I mean, as black, my king on e8 and knight on g6, I would be a little uncomfortable with my king. Like I would definitely think of a move like king d7 at some point, just to get out of that.
That side, yeah. I thought you
just to
want
go.
to come this side, king f7 and maybe.
Oh, you wanted to come to king f7, okay. But anyway,
No, I don't want to go anywhere, but I just felt like king f7, h5, and just play this position. I don't know how it is, but yeah, the feeling is that it's easier to make moves with white. Yeah, but also, what do you do after king f7, h5? Then what is your plan in general? Maybe you want to play b3 next.
B3.
To kick out this 3.
Get rid of that knight on c4. So that knight on c4 looks great, but the problem is it's not going to stay there. At some point, you're going to kick it away with b3, and then it has to look for another future somewhere else.
So let's say I go queen c7 here, and b3 is possible or not? First of all,
you could play
b3. You want to go knight a3, yeah.
Yeah, or e3. One of them.
But e3, you allow bishop into e3. Yeah? This way, you take the c2 pawn.
I'm not sure whether we are taking that.
Because of some rook c1. But rook into c3, what?
Rook c1 looks very smart.
But same thing.
Rook c8 just now. You won't take on it because the bishop on e7 will hang later. Right. But maybe like a smarter way for white would be to first play a4 after queen.
Also here, instead of queen e2, I can go queen d1, yeah, and you cannot take on c2. So just knight e7.
This is nice.
All sorts of tricks.
But you could also take on e4. I'm not sure about that.
E4 was hanging, but
yeah. So instead of queen d1, knight, yeah.
f4 is too much, yeah. White.
Not sure whether it's too much. It feels.
Yeah.
It's not too much, but yeah, it is a move which you would consider as white. But
probably just take and go back.
Where?
Or how do you deal with f4 in this position? Take and go back, is it? With the knight?
But it's not straightforward. Yeah? So let's say I go queen g4. Like simply I just want to play rook f1 next. Just come for your king.
It's risky only.
And this bar can be misleading also, Soumya. So you don't trust this bar completely.
Okay, fine. I'm just like feeling like such an idiot sitting here because I'm just like, okay, I'm going to suggest some move and then that white.
Yeah, we have had that feeling the last 2 weeks.
No, it takes a lot of time actually for this bar too because the depth is very low right now.
Okay, then we are fine.
Yeah, because what was happening in the last 2 weeks was we would just wait, yeah. We would make a move and we would just wait for like a minute to understand to make sure that bar understand what is happening or not. Because a lot of the time what was happening, whatever you were suggesting, bar was like going up, down, up, down. Like,
unless I felt unsure of the moves, in which case I would just make some moves very fast. So the bar doesn't have time to give feedback.
This looks promising for white. So I think black wouldn't.
But he did play queen c7. So this has happened till now. But maybe
this position on the board. Oh.
Yeah, we have till this point.
And he played something else, yeah.
Knight d1.
Yeah, also I wanted to say this. Yeah, it made a lot of sense just to go knight d1 first, and then maybe play b3 c4 next.
Yeah, move the pony out of the way and control the d5 square.
Also, you can bring this pony to e3 at some point to defend this pawn on c2. Maybe b3, knight a5, knight. Also, b3. Do you go knight b6 or knight a5 with black now?
b6 feels more safer, no? What do you think, Son?
Yeah, exactly, because the rook on c6, you need so many moves to go to c6 with the knight. Like you have to remove the queen, then the rook, and then you take the knight to c6. So that's why I was thinking of, like, black probably doesn't have that much time, to regroup his pieces.
Right.
Otherwise, of course, he would love to put the knight on c6 in this position itself, I think. Like imagine if the knight was on c6.
Yeah. But there's just not enough time to make that happen. Yeah. I mean, mainly it's the rook on c6 is a bit in the way.
It's not doing much. Like after knight d1. Knight d1 was a very cool move. I was thinking of some longer route like a4 then b3, but that doesn't make any sense once you spot knight d1.
Right. I mean, a4 still makes sense. It is still a useful space gaining move, even with the combination of b3 and c4. This pawn can go to a5, especially with the knight set to go to b6. But knight d1 also solves that problem pretty seamlessly.
So I think, but still, yeah, knight d1, let's say I go rook e8, you play b3. Because ideally, I just want to remove my king and go probably to g8 at some point. But let's say b3, knight b6. And do you play c4 or knight? Okay, c4. I was also thinking knight d7 now.
And you want to get b5 also.
Yeah, b5, also knight c5 is one idea at some point. So,
but
I guess it's pretty.
I was thinking I can just take it and go a4. So start with bishop d2.
Bishop d2.
Yeah, my idea was to meet b5 with takes and a4 and get this pawn.
Could be. I can also play knight f8 and try to exchange this monstrous knight on g6.
Yeah, this looks good.
And now the h5 pawn will become a target once the knight get taken from g6, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. So black is also pretty much comfortable here, yeah? Not doing bad at all.
Yeah. I mean, the feeling is maybe white is more comfortable than black, but objectively, I think black should be fine as well.
Absolutely. I mean, when you play Sicilian, I think you don't mind these types of positions with black. You have a lot of counterplay, a lot of free play, a lot of places to roam around with your knight. And this plan of knight b6, knight d7, knight f8 is pretty effective, I would say. Yeah. What are your thoughts on?
No, I was reading the chat. Sorry.
You can let us know your thoughts about the chat as
well. The chat had some questions. I just thought if we can take them when we are, but later once.
But I don't understand this one. That bro, Srinath, you're so good that you can make Vidit India number 4. These random things, that chat says to you. For the first time, we have a guest and nobody's trolling Srinath.
Oh, really? Is that okay? Yes, considering your previous guest used to be Divya and Vidit, yes. But I think one of them is joining us today, no?
Yeah, one of them is joining us today.
So trolling will anyway happen at some point.
True.
Goes for knight b6 immediately. Also makes sense. Yeah, maybe he wants to put rook c8, not rook to e8.
Right.
Acha, it doesn't wait for b3 itself. He's like
because this doesn't allow c4 at all, yeah, and white has to go knight e3.
Yeah. And probably knight d7 and c4.
Yeah, you can just go knight d7 right away.
Knight d7, knight f8 anyway. Or no, first we go rook e8, is it? Or we
Yeah,
go
I think first you
Huh.
the rook.
because he won't take otherwise, no? Like he'll leave
Yeah.
the knight on g6. And
But then I pick up the g6. Okay. If you leave the knight on g6.
Okay,
Then
so
I pick
let's
up
put on some moves, yeah.
moves, yeah. So let's say c4, yeah.
Mhm.
Knight f8.
so I need to find a way to, like, your next move is obviously knight g6. So
You can play queen h3.
queen h3. I've seen queen g3,
I mean,
but then knight e4 marta hai kya? And
I'm guessing अगर और कुछ
yeah,
नहीं है तो.
because exactly. So queen h3 पे f4 aa raha hai, right? Yeah, it's a good point.
Also, I wanted to ask you one thing. Let's just go back one moment. If after knight f8, let's say if white just goes knight h4,
Yeah.
what do you do?
But then I thought this knight can come here.
True.
Oh, but now also queen g3, then knight g5 anyway. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the point.
So what
Yeah,
a
knight
journey
g5
for
is
this
quite
knight.
Tremendous.
All the way from c4 to g5 in the space of 5 moves. Cross country.
Yeah, but this rookie and knight f8 plan makes more sense. So I guess he'll go knight e3, knight d7, c4 for rookie 8 with the idea to play knight f8. And now we need to check if we can get f4 in at, like, somehow. Maybe queen h3 now. Because e6 will be hanging once the king moves. So does this make sense?
Oh, maybe just take the pawn. Yeah?
Knight e4, kya? And f4 ko knight goes back. Or you take and go back. No, you don't take because knight f4 probably. So,
I guess
even
just
there,
bishop
bishop
f6.
f6. Yeah, even there he has bishop f6 after taking. Okay. But f5 and you.
I mean, you can you at least have knight g5, yeah? So you're not like getting mated or something.
Okay. But yeah, probably.
Yeah, but maybe you are right. Yeah, you can take on e6. Maybe knight d5 is also coming in. f5 is a nice move. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But maybe take here knight f4 and bishop f6. Is that possible? So now we don't give the e5 square.
This is winning for black already.
Yeah, this is pretty strong. Although you don't need to take with the knight
f4.
Yeah.
Acha, we can take with the rook or we can play something else. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you can.
Can we play knight d5?
Knight d5. Yeah, this looks pretty interesting.
And if ed5, cd5. Yeah.
Take and queen e6 is checkmate. So
let's say if I play knight g5,
queen f5 and we take
king g8 and you take the rook. Oh no, I can put something in between also. Yeah? No, I'll not play king g8. What? One is right, one is wrong.
You want to try the process of elimination?
Solving puzzles only. It's like
it's already bad. It's already bad.
Yeah, knight g5 was bad.
Knight g5 was bad.
Okay, knight g5 was bad. Instead, we have something there. Okay.
Apparently.
So bishop f6. Do we give a check first? Queen b6, king h2. And now
queen b6, bishop e3 is also a move, no?
Oh my god, bishop
yeah.
is so strong. Right. Bishop e3 is just winning. So
yeah, there is some way to
Maybe rook c1.
No, queen e6.
But
Yes.
Queen e6 is
Yes. And that's how you blunder mate in one.
never realized when Vidit joined the stream.
Yes.
no. I think black is probably just giving the exchange and playing that position. So we need to just find a decent move.
Good way to give up the exchange.
Yeah, we just need to find a good way to prevent mate and give up the exchange.
Maybe bishop f6.
Yeah, and take and queen c6.
Or take with the pawn also, no?
Acha.
Also with the queen.
Now you're also learning the process of elimination, yeah?
But it looks bad only now. I mean, I would prefer white here. Bishop f4.
Yeah, white looks good here.
So, how do we reach here? If we take the pawn on e4 after queen h3.
Yeah. Knight e3 on the board. This is the live position. We are looking at knight d7, c4. And here rook e8 is a move, knight f8 is a move. And for rook e8, we are looking at queen h3.
So maybe it makes more sense to go knight f8.
Yeah, in the variations that we are seeing so far, knight f8 seems to be gaining that important bit of time for black. But also it makes us wonder if white has to go c4 here, or can he do something?
Knight d7 also played quickly, yeah?
No, it hasn't been played.
No, it has been played.
Oh, right. It hasn't updated. Yeah. Knight d7 also played quickly. And I think what you understood clearly about this question is that white has to create something here. Yeah. This is where his initiative lies. And if you start, but there's no way to move the queen because now you can just take knight d4.
Yeah. Well, I'm not still. I'm convinced that you can take on e4 because f4 is still a move, yeah, always after queen h3. So it is a little bit sharp, and it is. You don't know, yeah, what is going on after queen h. Queen h3, knight. This is what we saw, no? Knight e4, f4.
We saw after c4, not direct.
We saw after c4. So c4, what move you're making?
Knight f8.
Both.
And rook e8.
Right.
C4, yeah. C4 is on the board as well.
C4 makes a lot of sense because when we go knight d5, also that CD option is very useful. And anyway, taking more space logically also it makes sense.
Right.
Black has to take a decision. See what he goes for.
Right.
Do you want to quickly go and look at some of the other games? Like, okay, it didn't change much, but let's have a Deng's game for a bit because we haven't gone there at all.
Right.
Oh, very interesting position. And this is not the way, to play for a draw with white pieces for sure. If you want to make a draw, just make a draw, yeah.
But why? This is an impasse, no? Neither side can make any progress anywhere.
No, I can bring my
just
king
wait.
inside. I play king
Black king.
C6, king C. Yes.
And
should
white has to prevent
it
with c3.
Yeah, but then b3 becomes a little bit weak. I play rook b8, maybe you play bishop d1 and say, okay, it's not a big deal. But still, yeah, it's not over.
Yeah, not desirable, I would say.
Like, I can see some plan with, like, let's say you play c3, like king comes to c5, and after rook b8, let's say you have to play bishop d1. And there I feel that maybe black can also play for d4, yeah, and try to get the rook on the open file, on the d file. Problem
Yeah,
for white
bishop
is
d1
whenever he
feels
plays.
wrong.
You can also play rook b1, but more or less I'll do the same thing. I'll probably play d4.
But then I'll sit on c4.
Yes, but I'll become king e3. You have to defend rook f1. I'll bring the rook from the d file.
No, if I get bishop c4, I might start threatening Esa.
Yeah, but g6, bishop f6, and then that's it. No, like whenever you push g6, black always has bishop f6, and you control this g7 square, and
Then
white
h4
cannot really push further.
something.
Yeah, h4, h5. Then I put bishop on g7. Then again, it's controlled. So, but yeah, this is all all of this is quite far-fetched also, that to actually consider that black can play for a win in this position. But it's still, I feel, only black can play on. Like, white doesn't have any direct plans to improve his position.
Like for example, one natural plan for white would be to put the bishop on f7, but you can't play bishop h5 because of bishop g5. So that, like, there are some problems in white's position. Like, your king is a little stuck on g2. You need to, I would ideally like to put my bishop on f7, rook on d1, and king on e2 in this position. Right? That would be very, that would be wonderful. But it's hard to get that going. So.
Although I'm still not sure, because when you bring the king to e2, I can bring my king all the way to c3 as well. And then, yeah, and then you have to defend this, which is not at all easy to do. Like, okay, I'm not saying like black is better here or white is better. It's just that it's more comfortable for black. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, I think it's because of the king position, no? Because see, imagine the king moves, you get bishop g3 in. Hai na? If you go bishop king f1. And otherwise, like, there is no way for my king to get out of this whole corner.
I guess like white king, even though it's like blocked right now, but even if you could improve it, there are not many places where you can take this king, which is like really good for white. But whereas black, he can actually improve his pieces right now. Like his king can be improved for sure.
So actually, the bishop on h4 and the king on g2, both of them are stuck. But the king on g2 being stuck is a worse thing compared to the bishop being stuck on h4, because the black king can do much more than the white bishop. Right.
Yeah. So I guess this will not be a quick draw, at least. That is there for sure. And by the way, in Hikaru's game, they did go for the c4 knight f, and Hikaru went for knight h4. And here, yeah, I like your suggestion with knight h7, knight g5. Also, just go back like to knight f8. Do you actually consider g5 or not, or do you only consider Ali Reza considers such moves?
Yeah, he definitely considers g5 in every position, no?
Yeah, I mean, he played g4 one game, they played g5 the next game.
g3 शायद अच्छा नहीं है, वो e4.
Probably h5, h4 also. Also, it feels quite comfortable to be black here, no?
True, very comfortable for black. Yeah, which is why I felt that black was quite comfortable, this Sicilian position. And sorry
for interrupting you, but we were looking at queen h3, no, instead of knight h4 in our analysis.
That was true. We were looking at knight f8, queen h3, and queen h3 was actually a pretty good move, I think.
Yeah,
Hikaru just played too fast.
Yeah, Abhijit suggested it. We were discussing queen g3, then doesn't work because knight on e4 pawn on e4 hangs. And then
I guess it was your idea, no, to somehow not remove this knight from g6, but somehow get something else for white. So yeah, queen h3 made sense because e6 also hangs. if you take twice on g6, and also generally you want to play f4, no? Like you want to open up the position because of the king on f7. So it feels quite natural just to remove the queen from here and try for f4.
Yeah, but he played knight h4 so fast. That's what I'm wondering. He rejected queen h3 immediately. So he's okay with allowing g5 probably.
Yeah, but also doesn't seem like he has given this a lot of thought, has he? Abhijit, you can say thank you in the stream also.
That's okay.
Thank you
So-
for what? Yeah, I also want to be part of this.
Many
No,
things.
it's
Yeah.
Just for being a great co-commentator.
But most recently, the C team got in yesterday.
Oh yeah, congratulations! I saw this news. I saw it. I was planning to congratulate you the first thing, but then this Zoom call thing, all the confusion happened, and then I forgot about it. How are you feeling? That's so great. I'm so happy for you.
feeling okay, and I'm actually the thing is, like, it was always there on the cards. Like, we were not sure whether it will happen or not, but it was like always on the cards. Yeah, like because of it was a odd team as well before this. So and yeah, quite happy, to be honest, because even the C team is quite strong.
It's
So
very
I was
strong.
just looking at the average rating, and I think we'll be about in 18th or 19th. We will have starting rank about 18th to 20th, somewhere among that.
Yeah, it's a very strong and strong team, very well balanced team also. Like you and Surya, and then
3 people are married in that in this team.
oh, nice. Also, VD is here. Hi, VD.
Yes.
Hi. How's it going?
Going good. How are you doing?
Finally, you found the Zoom link.
Yes.
Looks like.
How many people did you call?
I was going to write in the chat. That was my last option.
I think her WhatsApp status is that I'm not on WhatsApp. So message me or Telegram.
And when you say Telegram, you're talking about the app or the actual Telegram?
No, I would. Unfortunately, nobody would agree to the actual Telegram. So you have to make.
If they did.
Just
Also, they stopped Telegram, no, the actual one.
Have they? I don't know.
The service has been stopped, I think.
Okay, unfortunate. That's extremely unfortunate. We need it in today's times. So
Okay,
we
let's
were
have a quick
talking
overview, yeah.
Abhijit, about the C team with it before you.
Yeah, I saw. I was just waiting, like, when it would happen. And good that we are feeling third team. Abhijit, it's actually, is it like which Olympiad is this for you?
It will be my second.
Second, yeah. Which was the first one?
Yeah. 2012.
Khanti? Or
no, it was in Turkey.
And
Turkey.
Istanbul.
Okay.
Istanbul, yeah.
Got it. Nice.
Yeah, and you won a medal, no? You won bronze.
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Silver. You
Yeah.
won silver.
The
Which board?
Board medal, yeah?
Board 4, I think.
Oh, nice. Good memories.
Very good memories. I remember playing all the blacks. I felt like I played all the blacks also there. But yeah, it was good. It was good.
I think
although
everyone in team feels that they have played all the blacks. That's the problem.
I don't know. I mean, we have one player in the team, Surya.
Okay.
Who, I guess all other team members feel that he takes everybody's wide, yeah, in the team.
So Surya is.
Let's get an overview of the games that are going on.
Yeah, let's see the games. So we were discussing Ding's game, no?
I think Rajabov and Caruana's game is the most interesting, obviously.
Yes, and it will finish the fastest,
Yeah.
which is normally the case with Timur's game. Yeah, here.
Wait, Hikaru lost a pawn?
Yep, Hikaru sacrificed a pawn.
You know, this h4 move was so peculiar. Like, it's one of those moves which I think very few grandmasters, or at least let's say top players, would play. Like, it did not cross my mind, h4 move. The most natural is to, like, go for f4 breaks at some point. So let's say instead of h4, you go b3 and then kick the knight. Let's say knight a5, bishop b2, king f7, and then knight e7, queen takes, and you play f4. Yeah, like this is very harmonious position. Like that you'll play queen d2, other rook will come to f1. The bishop is nice. You're better. You know that. But this h4 move is such a Naka move. Like I told the other day that he loves outposts. And here he couldn't find one, so he created one on g6. Like h4, h5. Like he wants this knight to be, or as he calls his pony to be stable. Yeah, on g6. It was very strange. But how did he lose a pawn?
So
imagine, just guess.
And by the way, Vidit, don't criticize the h4 move too much. You're already in enough trouble with Divya.
Who isn't? But actually, to answer my question, how did he lose?
That's what. Guess, no?
I think the knight went to c5 at some point. Yeah.
No, this knight went to g5.
This knight went to g5? How?
So I'll show you how. It started here after knight d1.
Mm-hmm.
The obvious way to reroute the knight was knight b6, knight e3, knight d7, c4, and now knight f8. And here, what would you have done if you were white?
Okay, let me think.
I've learned the art of testing with
Yeah, exactly. Now we are in that mode, yeah, to test with it.
Yeah.
So while Vidit is thinking, I didn't take everybody's white in CSL. I was only taking Ding's white.
Somebody pointed out, yeah, in chat.
Yeah. So we can.
It's very smart. The chat is very smart.
Absolutely. You just need to give them the data.
Also, in my defense, we did win the tournament. So,
yeah, it worked.
Yeah.
On the whites. As long as you win with white, it's okay.
No, I was not winning.
Okay.
I was ruthlessly playing for draw, which also I was not making half of the times.
But when it mattered, I think you won, no? Against Setu. Or
No, I didn't win. I drew in a completely lost position, yeah.
Yes,
I
do remember.
Soumya would remember it very fondly. Yeah.
Painful memory of that day and that night, which never ended, which was like going on and on. We were like up till like 3 or 4 that day, like discussing how sad we are all feeling, the whole team.
You were also in Anisha's team, yeah?
Yeah, we were so upset. But it's okay. We'll have another chance.
CSL is also deleted from my memory.
Because your team got deleted at the first year, at the beginning.
Oh yeah. I remember.
Yeah. People made so much fun of me in the next tournament I played there. And
Duda played something in the game, Rook E8 or something.
No, Vidit, what was your move?
what are you thinking?
I couldn't find something convincing
Okay.
yet.
So we were
So
thinking Queen H3 here.
Queen
And now
H3
Vidit will say, I
94.
like it.
94, no? I was
F4.
yeah, but I was not sure if I have
Enough.
like EF, yeah.
Knight F4 we look at, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I put something on F6.
Not here, yeah.
Knight D7 is a great move.
No. We didn't look past this actually. We didn't look at this position.
Yeah, so I put some bishop F6 or knight F6, I'm not sure. I mean, it's not so clear to me. Like knight G5, and I understand that white has initiative, but it's unclear. So it's not like Queen H3 is a winning move or gets a decisive advantage as such.
No, but the thing is the alternates get worse, yeah.
So, but it looks like white should have.
Hey, by the way, I think we should go and be in time for the draw in Rajabo Corona game. The result has just come in.
So exciting.
And it ended in a draw at this point. Not this point. White did not play king e4. It ended in a draw at this point.
So exciting. But I think it was a very good prep of Caruana.
Also, I wanted to ask you. Yeah.
Yeah, the same question. Yeah, go on.
Was this also your prep?
What?
This B6.
I have played, I think, once or twice.
Yes.
I also played with white. I think against Blue Bomb here I played A3, which was not a good move. But against Oparin, I took on B4.
Okay.
In one of the Rapid Chess Championship, he played Bishop A6 or something.
Yeah.
Then I won that game eventually. But
did C5 happen?
I didn't take on B4. Probably. I don't remember. It was this Rapid Chess Championship, one of the games.
Wouldn't have guessed that.
Right. So this is kind of a relatively unknown line, but also known at the same time. Like I have seen people play it, but not many people. So, but I think it was impressive prep. I think in this tournament, Corona had the most number of new ideas. Of course, Nepo was very solid with black. But it was Petrov, and it was like nothing new. He just was well prepped. But if you look at new ideas, I think clearly Caruana had the most number of those ideas. White with black. Just this, it shows like opening preparation is important, but also at some point he lost steam. Yeah, he lost these 2 games, so it's important to have that balance to manage this opening prep. He managed it very well in first half, but yeah, I think after the loss, he was just he lost the rhythm. Yeah.
Also, speaking about this position, you have played this way back in 2012 also with white pieces. Yeah.
In 2012?
After Quincy. Yes.
What are you saying? Against who?
Against some 2400, I think.
Really? Yeah? Wow.
In Moscow.
St.
Gennady Ejichenko. You were 25-13 back then. And Queen C4, you had knight C6, your opponent.
Okay. Then it's bad. And I think the line goes castle Queen D5 or something.
Yeah.
And this is just bad line. Takes, rook FC1, rook C1. Very good position. The funny thing is I have played so many games in Catalan, but somebody else makes money out of it. So
get points out of it. So it's
well, that I also don't get that
not anymore.
So it's like I'm doing a lot of welfare for Srinath's bank account.
But Vidit, I don't think I included any of your games in the model games.
Ayyo.
No wonder it's still not a bestseller.
Oh.
Are people
This is
still buying
definitely
it,
going to
Sheena?
become a clip.
Yeah.
The entire stream of Chesscom India is to make clips for Sheena's channel. Everybody's
Yes.
making, is like doing social welfare here. Soon Chesscom India is going to become not for profit and then donate all its money to Srinath.
You know, the other day, Sheena was telling me, why don't you also do this? Make all sort of clips, you know, and post it everywhere.
You're like, no, but then what will you do? Yeah. So
Started, yes, finally.
Yeah, but I don't mind as long as Catalan gets the limelight. And
Still,
but yeah,
still
that was
thinking
the
about money only. Yeah? Still thinking about money.
I'm thinking about a good opening.
Right.
An opening so good that Magnus even played it in the last Blitz game that I saw of him.
but it's time to move on.
Getting back, let's have an overview of the
By the
games.
way, did you play yesterday's Rapid Championship?
Yeah, I played, but
And
I did not.
Did you
do
see?
so well.
Did you see Kramnik's statement?
Yeah,
on that?
I felt very bad. Like I saw it happening live. Like after my game, I was watching that game, and Kramnik had a 30-second advantage at one point, yeah, and a winning position. So I thought, okay, 30-second when it's less than 1 minute, it's a huge thing. And then I saw that Kamer starts to pre-move, and he's rook down, a piece down, and just absolutely nothing. I mean, probably Kramnik was expecting a resignation naturally, and Kamer had 4 seconds, then Kramnik had 15 or 12 seconds, and from that he got flagged. And then the reaction was that he just got up and said this and like just ran storm off. Yeah, I mean, I felt very bad for Kramnik at that point, to be honest. I felt like, come on, dude, Kamer, you know, not with Kramnik. No.
Also, I think
Relatable
Andrade
feeling, yeah.
flagged.
Sorry.
Relatable feeling for you also, yeah, getting flagged.
Yeah, but okay, that was with Naka, and okay, I would have also flagged him if I had chance, yeah. But here it was like Kramnik plays for the first time in Rapid Chess Championship after this 2300 comment, and he's playing well and he's outplaying all the people, and then he gets flagged in the last game to get knocked out. It's very painful to see.
But what was his statement? I didn't know there was a statement.
Yeah, so he changed his bio on Chess.com, saying that, thank you, this is the first and the last time I'll ever play in this tournament. It is what? Okay, let me find the exact thing. I'll read it out.
Also, you don't remember with it, the few days back, you were also flagging me left, right, and center.
Yes, but the thing is, we both would do it to each other. There, it's not like that. Okay, so Kramnik's bio is, thank you. It was the first and last time I participate in this event. It is decadence and shame flagging like almost everyone does. I'm not going to participate in this moral degradation show. Smiley face. Thanks anyways for letting me play.
Also, like he also said that one of his opponents was Andrade, who also flagged him. And his handle on chess.com is fair play on YouTube or fair chess on YouTube, something like this.
But also it's not unfair to flag or something, no? It's part of the game.
It's in the, yeah.
And do you know what happened? One of the comments on Twitter I saw below this, somebody posted this picture of Kramnik. The comment was JNK Gambit for the win. I'm like, if Kramnik sees this also, then he's just going to get even more furious.
I mean, Kramnik's first ever game on chess.com, as far as I know, was a game against Samay Raina.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I checked his account yesterday because I wanted to check how he's playing. And I found that first ever game on chess.com was against Samay Raina, and that ended in a draw. I don't know from which stream how that came about.
It must be hand and brain, obviously. Like
Yeah.
it can't be a normal game. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
By the way, from
But
the game,
Soumya has beaten you, no?
But I'm not Kramnik, no. Like what kind
I'm just
of
telling you.
comparison?
I'm just asking you. So
But he also flagged me in the same way without increment bullet, and I was some many pawns up and something. But it's okay. I didn't.
You forgive someone.
by the way,
I
it looks
forgave a
like
lot of people. A lot of people have flagged me like this, queen down and all. They'll just primo and flag me.
I know,
It's
I
like-
know.
It's a very normal thing in online chess. You just need to accept it, like, or play faster, whatever.
Kramnik also made a much larger statement, I'd like to thank
Yeah.
chess.com for organizing this set of tournaments and giving me a chance to play in one of the events. Unfortunately, I've decided to participate only twice. Yesterday was my first and last time playing it. Was unpleasantly surprised by the general attitude. Fortunately, not every player follows it yet. To flag the opponents in dead drawish or dead lost position. I understand that rules, no increment, allows it, but in my old-fashioned opinion, there are moral values which should be even more important as official ones, and such concepts as respect towards chess, your opponent, and dignity is even more valuable. Ironically, one of the opponents who cynically flagged me having rook against knight and pawn had a nick fair play something. To avoid misunderstanding, I enjoyed playing chess a bit after a long break, and in any case couldn't participate in the final on Sunday because must be traveling this day. Just feeling uneasy realizing that the world of chess have changed significantly, and what was supposed to be shameful and dirty play is becoming a new normal. No doubt with such easy attitude, cheating will also become morally accepted, just a matter of time. To my conservative standard, being a strong grandmaster, flagging in rapid chess is unacceptable in general, and doing it against a veteran who is twice older than you and former world champion is just unthinkable and shameful. I suspect new generation has new moral and cultural codes, but I would still say stay with mine and out of principle, refrain from taking part in what I consider a moral and cultural degradation show. There's no increment set of tournaments on chess.com show clearly to my regret that nowadays the only way to keep chess a gentleman game is to force players being gentlemen by adding increment, having very strict anti-cheating measures, etc. As to me, would rather play incognito friendly online matches with players who have similar values in case I feel like playing a bit of chess, because taking part in a tournament where many players violate basic fair play rules is quite depressing for me. I have known better times with very different unwritten moral standards when such things were simply unacceptable and not going to adopt to these decadent new normalities.
No, I empathize with him because I actually stopped playing non-increment games myself because I think it requires a certain mindset, and if you can't like, I'm also of the same opinion, like similar opinion. I don't like flagging my opponent if I'm piece down and queen down. I won't flag, but I understood that in online chess this is very normal. So then you take a decision whether you want to continue playing in those tournaments or not. Obviously, in increment, that chance you get, like, even if there is 1 second increment, but when there is no increment, there is always a chance that you'll just be flagged, and you just need to sort of be okay with it.
Yeah, totally understandable.
Yeah.
At that time, it's a very similar sentiment shared by a lot of people that flagging, it just feels bad. It feels, but it's also understandable that for people growing up with today's times, it doesn't feel relatable. Yeah, they just grew up in times where it was just the thing to do.
Yeah, because everyone was doing it to them, and they.
But tell me one thing. If you're playing an Armageddon game over the board,
so Armageddon,
you don't try to flag your opponent.
So Armageddon का तो point ही है ना, like you need to get
exactly.
No, but Armageddon is different. That's the reason it's called an Armageddon, because it's a tiebreaker.
Okay, let's say when there is no increment.
Let's say the whole game itself.
Let's say this time control where there is no increment. So if somebody is losing on time, or let's say somebody is very low on time, you don't play for their time. You do, right?
but in this time control also there is an increment after move 60, let's say.
I'm saying, let's say you have to make 10 moves for, let's say, for a very short
No,
amount of,
I
let's say.
agree, but somewhere like it's tricky, okay? Like even over the board, like sometimes
Like I
you
saw
think your opponent-
Ivanchuk losing many games, not many games, at least couple of games in this 2013 candidates, which Magnus won, and some of the position he was completely okay. So I mean, people were taking
because
those
he
points
lost
also.
on time, you mean? Like he was losing
Yes.
on time, so he just made some blunder.
No, he actually lost on time.
Okay, yeah, because there is no increment.
There was no increment, yeah, for till 14 moves. So people were still taking those points, no? So are they also flaggers? I don't know.
No, that's a different scenario. You can't compare it. No, it's a classical game and it's a blitz game and all bullet blitz game, and also like in classical game, you will get 2 hours to make 40 moves, right? And then you'll get increment after, like you'll get some addition after 40, and then you'll get increment after move 60. So you have an increment at some point. Let's say you're a queen up, you're going to make those 10 moves fast. No, what I'm trying to say is.
No, I'm just saying
No, I mean,
losing on time.
we can discuss this forever. But what I'm saying is that I can understand to what he's saying, because I also like stopped playing 3+0 or 1+0 for the same reason, because I just couldn't adjust to this mindset. So I just thought, okay, I'll not play. That's what.
The thing is, honestly,
Right.
given a choice, I would prefer to play with increment.
Huh.
Even if it's 1 second, right? It doesn't matter. So the thing is, if you're rook up or something and then you get flagged, it feels very, very bad. Like, you played a beautiful game, you're rook up and then you get flagged. Yeah. So 1 second increment, I would prefer. Like, but the thing is, nowadays, many of the tournaments are without increment. And even if you play online, like I used to send challenges to people 3+2 or 3+1, nobody accepted it. Like literally nobody accepts with increment. That's the sad reality. And when I play, let's say 3+0 or 5+0, also nobody accepts. And then you play a good game, but you will get flagged at some point. Then you have to also do it to your opponent, because I mean, it has to be.
Yeah. You can't be, it's like if your opponent has a sword, you have to take a sword. Yeah. You can't fight with bare hands.
Yeah, sadly. But I would prefer if 1 second increment is there. I think in Title Tuesday, for example, it's 3+1. So that's nice.
Right. Yeah. So, like, for example, even in candidates, I was just seeing, like, initially I was quite surprised that there is no increment from move 1. What I'm trying to say is, obviously, they have made their peace with it.
But
everyone.
But there's a difference. Like in classical, for example, I don't think we would see somebody being rook up and then losing on time.
Yeah,
it just won't happen. 2 hours is a lot of time. And if you're rook up or something, I don't think you'll get flagged. At least I don't think so. Maybe you can quote on me later on when it actually happens.
I mean, of course, it's unlikely to happen.
Yeah, so
it has happened to me once.
Everything has happened to Abhijit. Anyways, I think we might see a draw here in the game between Nepo and Richard.
Draw means a result in the candidates.
Yeah, like Bishop D1, Rook D7.
But draw is anyway a result, no?
I mean, a result for the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Nepo smiling there. So Rook D7, Rook E7 might be seen, in the, because I don't see a way for black to progress, and it's just Nepo is going to win it.
Wow.
Looks like it, yeah. Just all the pawns on dark squares, very safe. What do you think of Nepo's play, guys? All of you?
Today I was, but you don't follow the cricket series, yeah?
No.
The recent matches.
No.
What do you tell him, Abhijit?
I mean, it's up to him, no? Like, maybe many things he follows.
No, I mean, what analogy do you tell him?
Oh. But which analogy you wanted to go for?
Okay, draw
Johnny Bear stuff.
Yeah.
I know that's Virat Kohli sledged and then he increased his strike rate, something like this.
No, like the thing is, in recent times, England adopted this approach where they just started scoring very fast, and it was so effective. Test cricket is conventionally played in a different way, right? You
Right.
play
By the
patiently.
way,
They
draw.
played a draw.
Draw.
Rook D7. Look at Nepo's
Wow.
reaction on.
Nice.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
this is candidate champion. Nepo finally smiles. Very
Two in a
solid
row.
game even today.
Mhm.
Just very convincing draw when he needed to. Overall, I think very good player. When he got chances, he took it. He was the only player who converted all his games when he got chances.
Absolutely. Nepo OP.
He was in totally great form, and he was
Also, he just had one bad position in the entire event, no? So, which is also commendable.
against Naka, right?
Just one?
Against
No, I
Naka
think
and Caruana.
I thought Fabi.
Twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Caruana. So twice he had bad push. But yeah, he is the champion. And now it's about the second place, yeah. But the thing is, we would now talk about Nepo and Carlson match, but we don't know if it will happen.
But it would be lovely if it happens, no? Nepo showed such a dominating performance. I think he's earned the challenger.
I think it should happen.
Yeah.
It's good for chess if Magnus fights.
Absolutely.
Like I don't want to see like how Fischer Karpov thing happened, yeah, where Karpov became world champion. Of course, he was very, very strong, but due to default, it happened back then. So I don't want something like this where I want it to be like taken from somebody like with on merit, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. What a fantastic performance! What an achievement by Nepo.
Yeah,
I think he played very well. He played
excellent, and it's amazing. Actually, we had this training camp right before the candidates started, and we were just like discussing favorites and everything. Everyone had a favorite. Nobody took Nepo's name.
Yeah.
And he has dominated the event from the beginning.
I think Kasparov the other day apologized to the audience saying that, he underestimated Nepo's prep because when you play World Championship, you put in so much work that you have to take that into consideration also. It did not, a lot of the ideas he couldn't show in the World Championship, but that prep never goes to waste. And it played a role.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why also I'm actually so happy for him because all his prep, he obviously transformed himself even as a person for the World Championship match, right? He was a completely different person, even in his attitude and everything. You could see from the press conferences and everything. And then finally, in the second half of the match, he just collapsed. So a lot of people thought, okay, what is he doing? They just were like, okay, Carlson is so great, and now Nepo, he's not up for it. But now he's got another chance to correct whatever went wrong. And now he has that experience also. And he also gets to utilize what he worked for. He got to utilize it in a tournament that mattered most. If he had won another, just a closed round robin tournament, maybe not much, but candidates, yeah, the most important tournament after World Championship, and he could use all of that prep here. So I'm really happy for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And Soumya, you joined the whole broadcast just today, and you're right there for the winning moment. He joined for like a few hours, but
yeah,
it had to be today.
I know.
It had to be at this point. It couldn't have been a 30-minute draw.
Do you think there was a coincidence? There is a coincidence that Soumya wanted to join only today because of this.
All right. On that note, we'll be going in for a short break. And we'll be right back. And chat, meanwhile, do hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't, and stay tuned.
The defending champion Jan Nepomniachtchi is back at the candidates, effecting his second straight bid to challenge for the World Chess Championship. One of the more experienced players, Nepo brings to Madrid an aggressive style that is both challenging to face and entertaining to watch. 2 years ago, Nepo made the most of his debut in the candidates. With a round to spare, he won the event in convincing fashion.
That's all he needed. Jan Nepomniachtchi is the 2021 World Chess Championship challenger.
That victory led Nepo to a World Championship match with Carlsen and also secured his return to the candidates in Madrid this year. Despite being one of only 2 players in the field to have won the candidates, the expectations for Nepo are not particularly high this time around. However, his confidence from having won here before, in addition to his years of competitive experience, may offer him a shot to turn some heads. If Nepo should pull a major upset and face Magnus Carlsen again, the two know each other well. Nepo has competed against Carlsen for decades, ever since the two prodigies were 12 years old.
Sorry, I would like to take you both. So who's more comfortable waiting? Who's more?
Want to play rock, paper, scissors first? Alright, one. 1, 2, 3. Oh.
No, you're wrong.
Yeah, you cheated. It's your idea.
Okay, that's 4. 1, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1, but now okay.
Let's stream, make it stream so everybody's used to it.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Does that mean I go first?
Yeah, you go first.
So the rules are very simple. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and then 6. And you have to just place 1 second per ball, okay? So teams are Arvind Chidambaram and Rahul VSS versus Grandmaster Arjun Kalyan and woman Grandmaster Divya Deshmukh. Okay, let's do a toss. Team captains Arvind Chidambaram, Divya, toss. Order even. Who won the toss? So Arvind won the toss and you would like to? You would like to ball first. Please come in the frame. So we have a baller here.
Only 1 to 6.
I don't know.
This is one. The game is very.
Same as your route.
Oh,
Yeah.
You should keep different from him.
Yeah. You have to just try to dodge. Okay. Ready?
Get out first. Okay.
Start.
Out.
Duck out. Oh no. All right. We have another batsman here. Arjun Kalyan. 3, 6,
Out.
11. Oh, 6. So the target is 7. And who do we have as a bowler here? Arjun Kalyan.
Okay, here comes the batsman.
Rahul VSS, all rounder. All right. Start. 4. Oh, 2. Okay, 2. 3. Target is 7. 6.
Dang.
You can't duck out. What are you telling me? Can also use bad words. He doesn't mind.
All right.
Video will mind. No.
Win.
Wow.
6 is there. So obviously first match we know Arvind Chidambaram has won. Team Arvind Chidambaram and Rahul VSS. We have second round. Do you want to change teams or keep the same teams?
No, I don't want to be on his team. No one, but why does no one? No one wants to be in this team.
Arjun, don't worry. Don't worry, Arjun. What we can do is let's put Arjun and Arvind this time. Rahul and Divya. All right, ready? Okay. Toss time. Arvind versus Divya. Toss. You choose to ball.
Yeah, we choose to.
And Divya.
Start play first.
All right. 7,
Hey, wait. Okay, yes.
10,
From now on, same timing.
Okay.
10, 14, 19, 20, 19. All right, good performance. Next. 25,
Let me count, no?
28.
Out.
Very good.
All right, 28. And now, Team Arvind.
I can't even count, no?
All right, start. Arjun is batting. 6. 6.
6 is unlucky number. What?
Target is huge.
Target is.
What is the target? 29 plus
28.
28. 29 to
No,
win.
28. Yeah, we 29.
1,
So what's the total? 7.
7.
7, huh?
7,
10.
10.
Wait. No, let me think. Okay. Out.
Oh no.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Bye. All right. Thank you, Arvind. Thank you, Arjun. Thank you, Rahul. And thank you, Divya.
Able to cope with those few losses you do is incredibly valuable. And sometimes you don't even have to believe what you're saying. You just need to have that psychology of, yeah, it's okay, I lost, it's okay, there's another game coming in. And actually this matchup is going to be a very good illustration of just that.
Do you ever look at someone and wonder what is going on inside their head?
I can also trade and take, and if takes, I take. If takes, queen e2, queen h4, g3, knight g3, check, c6, queen b7, knight h1, king there. I don't know what's going on. I don't want to think too much.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2022 FIDE candidates, where Jan Nepomuceni has already won the tournament with a 2.5 point lead. And what's happening with it?
No, just every time you introduce, it's like an RJ, you know. Welcome back to 98.3 Radio Mirchi FM. Like, you know, always it reminds me of that, you know, like a broadcaster.
So it's called VJ when you're on video.
Yeah. So yeah, broadcaster.
But what he meant was that on RJ they announce it like this. Normally, when it's when they can see your face, you normally go quietly, no?
No, ऐसा नहीं है.
Okay. Anyway, what is going on here?
Chat is feeling like Vidit is laughing at them.
No.
At least Amit is feeling that way.
No, Vidit is only laughing at Srinath. I hope so.
So which
do you want to quickly look at that position because it is more clear than this one?
Which position?
The other one. There are only two positions, Srinath.
So I just changed it.
Naka is worse, in this game. So CB5 Rook C2 just is bad, clearly.
Yeah.
So how do you even play if you just go back? Pawn down. So he has to actually act very quickly. Otherwise, he will just be clearly worse. So G3
act
F4,
very quickly in the game, yeah.
Yes. G3 F4 or what? That doesn't look good. You weaken your king, but I don't see Bishop A3 makes sense to provoke B4, but
then B4, Knight C5, everything is coming in, yeah. Or also D5, D5 you cannot play. E5 is hanging.
No, Bishop B2 now. Come back. I know I'm worse with white, but how do you play your?
I guess
you play Knight F8 or something.
I thought
A4
just
doesn't
A4
look
also.
right.
Why you want to take? I mean, you don't want to take, yeah?
Yeah.
Because then everything is hanging.
Yeah. A4 is nice because now A3, that's annoying.
Yeah.
To put bishop on A1. The knight
A4
is still
nice.
Outposted, it is the pony.
Yeah, the pony is having a good outpost, but no supporting army. So instead of bishop A3, what do you play then? G3?
I don't know, to be honest.
Let's see G3. Sample line.
I guess not G3.
But take a play, no?
Takes.
What engine evaluation देख के I guess not G3. इसमें क्या बड़ा revolution हो गया? Takes knight B6 or?
Yeah, I was wondering the same, but knight B6 you want some F4, no?
C5 I want.
I think you can even play you can even play E4, yeah. Takes
Here
then
E4?
Rook takes E4, yeah.
When?
Here E4,
No.
I'm not so sure. Srinath is waiting for the bar to react and then
He's not even looking at the board, he's just looking at the bar.
Guys, this is exactly how you should not study chess. If you become so dependent on the engine, how will you improve? So take a hint. Srinath is telling you what not to do. I think there was a book by Nosko Borowski. It was like how not to play chess.
Yeah, how not to play chess.
I think it was inspired.
Srinath has been
because of Srinath.
Srinath has been doing this in the entire stream, no? Like what not to do, yeah? What moves not to do.
Yeah, what not
generally...
to do.
Srinath, I hope you get out of this mode before Olympiad where you tell us what to actually do. Because you have to captain. You cannot be like, this was not to do. You should not have followed this advice. Please be clear by then.
I'll change my profile then. But the point is queen e4, knight c5, yeah?
Yeah. But rook d4. Srinath is so
E5, no? E5. Just play E5.
This is also minus 3.5.
No. Again, chat. This is not do this. Yeah.
Bishop A3. This is also minus 3.5.
Stupid bar. Why is it so slow?
This is what happens, guys. If you just follow engine blindly.
Until this point, the bar was the only thing that didn't troll me on the stream.
No,
Abhi wo bhi ho chuka hai.
You just said that bar is so slow. Yeah. Imagine if bar could speak. Bar would say, not as slow as you, Sheena.
Hey, I'm not so slow. Okay.
Knight c5 mein kya problem hai? It's also minus 3.5, no? And the zoop, that was the fun.
No, but E5 and take the rook. No? E5 rook e4 knight f6 or whatever.
Yeah, this is minus 3.5.
Everyone silent for a second to actually see if it's minus 3.5. But what do you play then in Naka? Like if you're Naka? Because you have to make a recap, yeah? So you have to put a fight, for the recap video. It has to be longer than 10 minutes or 7 minutes.
The recap was 10 minutes.
The recap was 10 minutes.
Yeah, of course.
Did you see that recap though?
Yes.
What was it about? I didn't see it, but I was quite surprised that
it was why he played what he played.
Okay. Got it.
He also gave you example, when people start to play for a win with black pieces, what happens.
Yeah. I think it was an interesting recap. And I cannot say anything wrong with it.
What about the title?
It was funny. Good. He has cracked the YouTube game. But not this game. Because this game, I don't see how to create counterplay. And, I was watching Anish and Anish said the exact same thing. Like in the opening, Duda is a player who likes to play for counterplay. Like Prag is also that kind of player who loves to play with counterplay. So in the opening, once f takes e6 was done, Srinath, if you could take that position. So here it's like most of the end games will be good for black because the good control was center. Right now, knight g6 and the rook is misplaced and the king is still in the center. But if he manages to untangle and it goes to some end game, black will be better. And that's how Duda usually wins. He has some strategic long-term edge and immediate there are like some issues, but that's the double-edged kind of position he likes to play. And that's exactly what has happened in the game. Nakamura couldn't really stabilize the position and now he's worse strategically also, despite being materially down.
It looked like he had some counterplay around this point, no?
What went wrong actually? Let's look at it. What went wrong? So
should I say or
no, this position, yeah. Okay, so let's think what went wrong.
What went wrong?
You can't play F4.
Look at his face. Look at his expressions also right now.
Dear YouTube.
Yes.
No, I think fundamentally he just missed this resource, B5 resource. And apparently this was the point when something went wrong. Rook D3 and B5. So Rook F D1 was a mistake.
Maybe you could play F4 now, yeah, because you have to go F4 at some point. With white to create some sort of counterplay.
EF4, let's say I take.
Probably knight, yeah.
You want to remove that pony from such a good post? Bishop F6.
That pony can anyway land there after on the
knight E6 and just Bishop F6 actually.
Also knight D5.
Yeah. Okay, so
Srinath is still not sure. Yeah, Srinath is like, what should I?
So because there are multiple good options, no?
Yeah. No, Bishop F6 is a bad move. So knight E5, Bishop E5. I don't like that. Okay, Hikar is about to play something. Not happily though. Thanks for changing the position. When I was about to suggest something.
But I guess you have to play knight E5. No, what?
You can put on F8 also. Knight d5, queen d7. It's passive.
I would have played knight g6, I think, after knight f8, just to annoy you a little bit.
Yeah. But so knight e5 I can do the same also.
Also, yeah, possible. But knight e5, bishop e5 also looks sort of decent, not so bad.
But clearly, this is what he should have played. Now his pony on g6 is much more relevant than in the game. Very uncharacteristic of Naka to miss tactic. But there was some pressure. Yeah, he is clearly frustrated. He missed b5, yeah.
Yeah, he missed b5. Meanwhile, we have some clarity in the Ali Reza game, yeah?
What happened? Piece sacrifice?
Yep.
Probably it was forced, no, at this point. Like, you have to go for this. Right.
It was so funny. Like, Ali Reza came to the game in order to make a draw. And then he cannot make a draw. Very drawish line. Like, he just cannot play for a draw, is what I've realized.
Yeah.
He
just took this pawn on h5. I mean, if Eddie played bishop f3, especially when I'm playing this line with white.
Exactly. Especially when I'm playing this line. Like, he just can't play for a draw right now. Like, he's wired to play for a win. Like, that's how he has been throughout. And this is one skill which he still has to learn. I mean, it's not like high priority skill, but when he needs to play for a draw, not to make a draw this way.
Yeah.
But what is his position actually? Because bishop on h4 is kind of trapped. I can't imagine black losing this. I don't know why engine is doing slightly better for white.
Yeah.
Like, I would love to get my bishop on d4 here. That would be fantastic, but far-fetched dream.
Likely that all these pawns will get traded and...
you just play rook d5, yeah? Rook d5,
king g6,
king g6, rook d6, rook d6, and then rook f6.
No, you can also play rook c5, actually. Rook c5, rook a5.
Yeah, but somehow
If I want to keep control... how does black try to win here?
But king g7?
Rook f6?
Rook b3.
So I take on f5.
But then you give and bishop f2. Yeah?
You give rook g3.
Yeah, I was thinking rook g3 actually.
Yeah.
Rook a3. Or rook f3, I don't know.
Also king h2, I'm not sure. But okay.
I mean, why was it giving white as better? I don't get it. Like, so hard to lose with black, right? If I'm not wrong. Like, you will always have counterplay, like easy counterplay.
Yeah.
He's about to give check. I think check is the most likely draw. Oh, he played rook d5.
Rook d5 has happened.
He just rook king g6 now, yeah? And then rook d6, king g7, rook d7, I think. That's how you make a draw.
King g6 what?
Yeah, check,
rook
king
d6.
g7, check.
King g8?
Check. No, king g8, then you're a bit too far, yeah? Srinath.
Yeah, then you just come back rook d5. Yeah?
Now you play rook d5. Activity of king matters. Can we just check? Let's say rook d5. Just to see how the king activity matters. So rook takes b3.
But now I take on c5, no? Like also. I pick up everything.
Even this black is not losing, yeah? So you go rook g3 check again.
Again, very important to let not the king come forward.
Yeah.
Now,
okay, I think rook f3 should make a draw. No, rook f3 is dangerous.
Not exactly.
Yeah.
I guess your point was rook f3, rook f5, bishop g3, and.
But I don't want to exchange rooks. Then I'll lose probably. So rook c3 makes sense.
So rook f5, I don't know. Looks to be simple draw. No?
And white cannot lose this, yeah?
Well,
I think the only person who can lose is white, no?
Of course, he took on c5. He did not take the draw. Ali Reza can't take a draw.
And he has what? Oh, they are about
1
to reach
minute.
the time control.
Yeah.
How many moves?
One more.
Just one move.
The
Just
last
one move. Oh, this was like, I think, one of the fastest games to reach 40 moves. Yeah. Usually 40 moves are reached at around 10:30.
10:30. True.
So what
Hikaru
is it
game is,
here
I
now?
guess, going to take a while.
Yeah, so that game will focus. Let's see the last move here. Rook c6 check. Yeah. Ding plays king g7 instantly.
I mean, he can still give checks, yeah. Like,
yeah, just check. Yeah.
If he wants to make it.
Yeah, I mean, he should, right? I mean.
Yeah, I mean, that was his goal, yeah, at the beginning of the game. So.
Right. Okay, so let's go to Naka's game. So this game, we don't care now. We literally don't care. Bishop a3 played, yeah?
Mm.
Yeah, it looked like move, but b4. Why? Dude is thinking. Does he want to play bc or no? Bc rook d6. What does he want to do? Maybe he's not at the board. Or what?
He's at the board, I think.
But b4 is forced.
Yeah, b4 is forced.
He can also play d5 maybe. cd5, rook c2.
Really?
No, I don't know. I mean, this is the only other move which is possible.
Yeah, that I agree. But d6 is also there. But I'll not play d6. I'll try to move the queen. I don't know, f3 or something.
f3?
And d6 something. Like, I'll be happy to have some freedom for my pieces.
Sure.
Yeah, he'll play b4. He's just making sure that nothing else works.
Also, generally, you want to play moves like b4, no? Like cementing everything is protected.
But okay, bc was like so tempting also. Like d5, if it worked, it would have been great. Like rook was on f7, then it would have worked something. Actually not. Anyways, how many moves they have to make?
7.
Question to Vidit, who was your favorite in this tournament?
Sorry?
Question to Vidit, who was your favorite in this tournament?
Yeah, I had told many times that I thought Naka and
Ding and Fabi.
Ding. Yeah, I thought those were the favorites. And I think first half of the play, I think Fabi was proving my point, but then he.
Then second half, Ding was proving your point.
But Nepo took the points. They just were proving. He collected it.
Right.
But
I mean, tremendous, no? Tremendous the
conference.
No, there are press conferences, no?
No press conference.
No, I don't think there are press conferences. I saw only interviews.
Yeah.
It's so weird. Like such a high-profile tournament, I've never seen not having press conferences. Especially with all the fan attraction, it's there. I don't know why there were no press conferences. Like people would love to know. Like for example, after Nepo won, what were his initial thoughts? We don't know. We don't know what is this. It's a very strange way to go about it. I think even in Grand Prix, we used to have like immediate some interview, and we were forced to do it actually. According to the contract, if you don't do it,
win or loss doesn't matter.
Yeah, so we are forced to do it, and if you don't do it, then there is a fine or something. But right now, players are getting.
I remember once Magnus refused to give an interview during the World Championship match, which
he lost
$5,000. Something, yeah.
For him, it's peanuts, yeah.
Loose change.
Yeah. Why is Duda thinking?
Guys, it's a draw.
It is a draw, yeah? They repeated.
Yeah. No, they didn't repeat. They just offered and agreed. Good old-fashioned way. Yeah. We have a draw. And the lead is a Ding game, which is the third draw of the day. So Nepo Rapport was a draw. Rajavak Fabiano was also a draw. And Ali Reza Ding is a draw, which means Ding moves to the second spot as of now. And whether or not he keeps it depends on the Hikaru Duda game, which is going on right now. If Hikaru loses this one, then Ding stays at the second spot. And they play against each other in the last round. Ding with the white pieces against Hikaru with the black pieces. So the battle for the second spot is pretty much between Hikaru and Ding right now.
Yeah. Yeah, again, very strange. Yeah, why Duda is thinking so much?
Yeah.
So they have
meanwhile, Vidit, if you missed Nepo's reaction for post his win, we can show it on the stream.
Let's see it.
Nepo's reaction for and there we have it. We can show it on the stream. And we are back. Bishop a3, it's a pretty long thing. Do you think he's thinking what to do after b4?
Yes, b4, bishop b2, and then do what? Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, because bishop c1 is out of the question. Yeah, just takes and d5, or why is it terrible?
I can also play e4 at any moment, right? Like include e4. I don't know whether I should or not, but I can.
Right.
And probably now bishop c1 and just knight f6.
Wait, he played d5, Abhijit. I think he played your move.
No, but I no,
yeah,
it was not my move, first
did.
of all.
He
it
did.
was not my move, first of all. But this is what Hikaru wants, no? Like in this position. On general, you would want this.
Some very interesting decisions by Duda and this candidates, no?
Yeah,
Yesterday against
Vidit joins the stream, Duda makes a mistake. And Vidit for the next 1 hour he'll be like, how can he play like this?
Yeah.
Why not against me in World Cup?
Oh, later when I was just wondering why Vidit is reacting like so much, Okay, Duda makes a mistake, and then I realized, oh, Vidit must be thinking, मैं इससे कैसे हार सकता हूँ?
But ऐसा होता तो that would be with almost a lot of players in this candidates. Rapport से हो सकता है, Hikaru से हो सकता है.
True.
But yeah, there was that one game against Vidit where Duda played a near perfect game. He's not the guy who plays this forced opening preparation and so deep and stuff. But that was that one game against Vidit where it all happened.
No, what surprises me is not that like World Cup ka वगैरह relevance थी, but just the mistake was inexplicable the other day. It was two moves tactics, where like you just see that you lose the rook, and even now d5 like unnecessary, unforced errors. Like I would say, many times he's doing this. I don't get it. And he does it so confidently. It's like almost as if it's part of his plan. I don't get it.
No, because maybe he thinks it's not an error, no, at first.
No, but always he's very confident. Very, very confident body language.
Hikaru is also surprised, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, pleasantly. I think now Hikaru must be happy actually. So let's see why it's a bad.
CD5, rook c2, yeah. So now queen f3 looked decent, yeah?
I mean, the queen g4, knight f6, yeah?
Oh, if queen g4, knight f6, yeah, probably.
But
And then
even
you
there,
pick up
Queen
K5.
E6, I was wondering, but yeah, it seems too
Oh,
much.
okay.
Seems too much.
Let's show that.
But Knight H5, I think. And then D8 square is covered. So that's why Queen F3. Like, you just force him to make the best moves.
So Queen F3, if I go B4,
he took
you
it.
take
He
Ds.
took the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So B4, yeah?
you go D6, I guess, yeah? And here, I thought
Knight F6. Yeah.
Knight F6, yeah. Very sharp,
Rook,
yeah.
Rook D7. Look at it. He played Rook C2 so confidently. What is this confidence? Where is it coming from?
Well, either you have to have it or fake it.
Or maybe he just thinks that he's winning a piece here, so be it.
Yeah, but
how? You mean the bishop? But at the very least, white has bishop d6 here, no?
Oh, this I did not see.
Yes, it's still 0.0.
I saw, but I did not consider it seriously.
But Queen F3, you also create chances for yourself, no, with white. Like Bishop D6,
True.
maybe just Rook
I'm
E2.
just saying, at the very least, you don't lose this piece.
Yeah. But Bishop D6 is also a Naka move, yeah? And look at Naka. Now he's very happy suddenly, given a lifeline.
Damn.
Like he's pleasantly surprised, not shaking his
When you
head.
play Naka OTB, do you feel like you're actually having an evaluation bar in front of you?
I played against him in Olympiad
2018.
16 or 18.
Yeah, 18. Yeah.
And
I remember you were
drew
severely
back.
criticized for making a draw in that last position where you had no other choice but to take a draw.
But it was drawn position, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think because we lost the match against USA.
Yeah.
But it was a drawn position. What do you expect? I don't know who criticized, but yeah, it's very much possible. The day is not far away where I'm criticized for breathing. So what do you play? Queen F3, Bishop D6. He's reaching for the bishop. He's going for the bishop.
I mean, considering the trend, how it's been going, I would actually think about Queen F3 seriously. Yeah. Like,
yeah.
Because Duda has been making a lot of mistakes, you know.
No, he will play Bishop D6 100%. Very Naka move. Completely under control.
How does the line continue after Bishop D6?
Tactics. So you
Rook
cannot
E2, I
take,
guess, yeah?
Yeah, Rook E2 you have to play, right?
Queen C8 is out of the question.
Queen C8, then you're just bad, no? Queen F3.
Right. Then the bishop is just nice and there's no compensation.
You can see, confirm it.
Okay. Give me a minute. Not so bad, apparently.
Why it's not so bad?
Knight F6.
Bishop E5. Knight D5.
Now I'm scared.
But the pony on G6 is actually good, no? No.
Yeah.
Oh,
anyway,
is better
Rook
for
into
sure,
E2 is
yeah.
the relevant move, yeah.
But Rook E2 Bishop C7, I still think white is better. I don't know. It feels like it.
E4 does D into E6 or no?
Yes,
no.
yes,
ED3, ED, Rook E1. Just King
D8
H2.
is controlled. D8 is controlled.
Yeah, D8 is controlled, but it's still a lot of pawns.
D5 is atrocious move. Horrible move. So many ways white had. Like just play B4. And Abhijit said A4. No counterplay for white. Looks very good. Very strange. Very, very strange. Just such a good position, yeah.
So Rook E2, Bishop C7, E4.
Let me see Duda's reaction
possible
after
or
Bishop
no?
D6. Is he still confident or?
No.
He didn't see Bishop D6.
He
Yeah,
doesn't
but he
look
has been
happy.
missing two. He has been missing two moves tactics in general in this tournament. So, yeah, agony.
Just
on
not
his
this
face.
tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah, now
Do you
he's
think
shaking his head.
we'll have 4 draws today?
Now he's shaking his head. But with the
I don't
momentum
know.
going, I think Naka might win. Momentum in
That's why I wanted him to play Queen F3 actually. I wanted him to play Queen F3 there. Here,
Probably
okay.
before he was worried, yeah. This is more practical.
So let's go a little bit further. So
Srinath played F3 there.
Yeah.
B4, D takes C6.
Knight F6, and you're thinking about Rook D7.
Rook
Yeah?
D7, yeah. Queen C3. Queen C3, I take. And I have Bishop B2.
No, you don't take. Maybe you have better. So you can also play Queen B7.
Queen B7, yeah. Like it looks so dangerous for black. Like, why would you voluntarily enter here?
Exactly. 2 moves back, white had no counter play. And to get that position, like this position from that, it's amazing.
Like white was literally trying to play G3, F4 to open up. And Duda is like D5, yellow. Open up myself. Like, what doesn't make any sense.
आप क्यों कर रहे हो? मैं करता मैं देता हूँ ना आपको.
D5 is very strange. Very
but okay, let's come back. Let's come back to the position we have.
Sometimes simple moves are good enough, yeah.
Most of the times, actually,
most
like
of
90% of that, yeah. And usually, the first move you think is also usually the correct move.
No.
Most of the time, at least.
Srinath के लिए.
अच्छा.
Sorry. We have I had to make a comeback for the what? It goes for everyone in this tournament. But yeah, as you're saying, like most of the times, I think the more simple you play, the better it is. I mean, at least it makes sense. But when we overcomplicate things, it's not good. Yeah.
I mean, but it's not very practical, no?
It's too general of a statement.
But that's like general thing, no? Like in life, like don't make it too complicated.
Yeah, but the thing
is, it is complicated.
It's not a panacea.
I mean, in a similar situation, we take similar decisions, right? That's what happens. It just looks clearer from outside, but when you're out there,
like let's say Kramnik is sitting here, okay, he looks at this game and he says, at least my mistakes I can explain, but how can I explain D5? So you're Kramnik, explain D5.
Duda is your man to explain it. But having said that, what I would say is if we kind of nitpick the mistakes and ask to explain, we can do it in every player's games. And a lot of it would be incomprehensible. Like if we just nitpick the mistakes and put it one by one and ask, why did you do this? I think we can do it for every player in the world.
Right, but some mistakes, like, there are some mistakes which only when you turn on the computer, you would find out that those are mistakes. Like even when you analyze with your opponent or during the game, you don't know that it was a mistake.
Like what Srinath does in the stream, yeah?
Well, now I'm done with the roasting quota. So my point was like, afterwards, engine shows, oh, this move, and then we're like, like we have this moment, Unagi moment.
Right.
Sorry, not Unagi moment, but Eureka moment. But there are some mistakes.
Do you actually think in your brain, oh, Eureka, like this?
But it's like something clicks, yeah. But there are some mistakes which you know instantly when you play, like D5. Duda knows that it's a mistake. Yeah. And these mistakes are avoidable most of the times. That's the point. But we don't avoid it because we are human. We make mistakes. But you can reduce the number of it for sure. And
Right.
these mistakes we should criticize for
Be
ourselves also.
self-critical.
Yeah. But some mistakes are like very, very hard to see. Like Engine showed at one point you had this amazing resource which was +3, and other times it was just equal. Okay, it's okay to miss it. If you and your opponent both did not see it, it's a mutual blindness.
Right.
Yeah.
But I honestly think it's still difficult to explain why those mistakes happen. Like it's difficult to go into the root of it and explain why it happened, to understand it. Because I think it can happen because of a variety of factors. A lot of things can cause it. And yeah, I think it's just difficult to understand and explain it, which is one of the reasons why people still
Goes for
keep
this, yeah?
repeating it.
Goes for Rookie too. For this endgame.
Mm-hmm.
I think our guest would be very happy how the events just turned out.
A new guest.
New guest, yes.
Yeah, sure. I thought B4 was forced, but after he played D5 only, then I realized that it's an option.
Yeah, that's how we also came up with D5. And why is he thinking?
Why are you rooting for Naka?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just like his play in general.
You like his play in general, okay.
Yeah.
That's What do you like about his play?
Yeah, many things. Like, okay, one is he's very aggressive, but he can also be very solid at times.
I think he's mostly solid, yeah, actually.
Yeah, I think against top players, he's mostly solid.
Against also, like in the games where I see in Rapid Championship or something, he plays very, very solid chess. He's very in control.
Yeah.
Hardly now he does this G6 business, which he used to do all the time.
But that he still doesn't 3+0, no?
Yeah, okay. In Blitz, he does.
It
Even
really
in Title
depends.
Tuesday. But in Rapid or something, he's playing more normal. Very solid, yeah. And
Also, I
apart from that, yeah.
Also, I like that he can strike. Yeah, let's say after one loss, he strikes back most of the times. Yeah, any format. That's, I think, a very good thing to have.
Right.
Resilience.
What's your score against him? You have played?
It's actually, you're asking about June or lifetime?
What is June?
Score in June.
Last month or total?
Last 1 month.
Okay, let's say this year.
That's a bit hard to count.
Every month they play 3-4 times, yeah.
So Ronak is checking that. Meanwhile, what is Black's best move here?
You take ED5, Knight F6.
The best move is take back, but that option is there only on leeches. So you can't do it. Yeah, you have to take this H5 pawn. Remove that outpost first. Otherwise, it's very dangerous.
Rook so A5. Rook A5.
E4, yeah? E4, E3.
Yeah. You have to create some counter play.
Bishop B6? Or? No, Rook E6.
Well, Rook 8 still it's not like...
it's just luckily. But
the knight has to go to H8 or...
Yeah, that's I was a little bit worried. But I wanted
to... But the king is not like completely safe, yeah? Let's say after Rook E6, Rook 8, King here, Knight H8. White is winning actually.
Bishop D8, yeah.
But then, how is Black supposed to save this?
Not play Rook E6.
Maybe not play.
Rook E6 is lost immediately, yeah?
Yeah. Rook F8, Rook F7 also checkmate, I think, in 2 moves. No, King E8 is there. Yeah, King E8 is there. But okay, just bishop d at knight f7, technically winning.
Bishop c5 is there, no?
Yeah, bishop c5 also.
Rook f8, bishop c5. Srinath is very good in spotting mate in once in chapter.
Yeah, I have to compliment with it.
So, Ronak, did you figure out your score
I
against
don't know.
Hikaru?
Some of chess.com is down for me. Server down. I don't know.
Oh, bishop c7, knight c5 event. Also made
Knight
makes
c5.
sense. Yeah.
D6
Also makes sense. I like this more.
But actually it makes sense. But knight d3, d7, rook d8 or what? No, rook a8. Yeah. Yeah, you
Just rook a8. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Rook d3, bishop d8. Yeah.
No, bishop d8 takes and knight e7,
e6.
Oh, okay. So wait, so then you give up.
I think you just give up the rook. You just play probably rook a2, maybe something. Just take the pawn and let him queen. Yeah. Or not. No.
But wait, after knight c5 is d6 forced. I just said d6 because it was as Abhijit said, play the first move which comes to your mind. I was like, okay, let's roll.
But it was not a bad move. Yeah? It was not a bad move.
Yeah, no. I suggested it, so.
It was your first move, yeah, not Srinath.
I didn't say that.
Abhijit had to clarify to the chat.
Yes.
But putting the rook somewhere else looks a bit awkward, but it's possible. Where do you put
Why rook f3? You can play
e4,
rook c3.
E4. Rook f3, e4.
Then rook
c3.
No, knight d3, d6.
Now you have to be very accurate. Because the bar
maybe e4 is not necessary.
So what do you do after rook f3?
That's a test.
So you play ED. So you play
eliminating the moves, yeah.
No, so you play ED and then E4.
But still rook f5, yeah. Like it goes on, no?
Yeah, I mean, I want my knight on f6, not somewhere here. But what to do after knight c5? I cannot take it.
Do you think the way the game is going on? Do you think?
Yeah.
Hikaru, yes, but he played d6.
He played d6. Yeah.
So I don't know because now the moves are forced for Duda. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Raunak, is still checking the score?
Hey, he comes back 97.
Ooh.
Do that.
Wow.
Did he actually play it?
He played 97. He played it. Like, why would you allow d6? Like, play ED, knight f6, knight h5. Take the h5 pawn.
Oh, now.
So if I just take a5?
Rook a2?
Wow.
Okay.
No, but I thought a4 also, yeah? a4 is also
Right.
possibility. But e4, yeah, there. You don't want to allow e4, huh? Okay, let's be clinical here.
No, I just thought that bishop a5, bishop b4, I mean rook a2, bishop b4, then one rook comes to c7.
Right.
Or if
yeah, it's also
this looks super
Naka.
comfortable. Yeah, exactly.
Style. This is Naka style. A4, E4, messy. This is Naka. Wow. Oh my god.
Also, even if you, I guess if rook c2 also, I can bring the other rook here if I want rook a1. Also, rook c3, if I exchange also this rook, it also feels quite bad, yeah, for black.
What do you think of Nepo Naka World Championship match? Just
battle of the N. Yeah,
it's just going to be, oh god.
Are you feeling sad about it or what?
No, just amused. I didn't expect it, yeah.
No one did.
Yeah. Bishop A5.
I'm also curious what Magnus's thoughts would be at the thought of such a match.
I want him to play. I want Magnus to play.
People are saying in the chat that Ronak is playing some tournament or something side by side.
No.
Raunak, wave if you're not held hostage.
Okay, fine.
That's what we should tell you, Srinath. During all the streams, we should tell you this.
And Srinath will never wave.
But yeah, exactly. Then there's a chance I might get rescued.
So, do you think he'll play Bishop A5 or A4? Only
Bishop
two moves,
A5.
right?
Yeah, Bishop A5 looks fairly obvious.
Yeah, and then Bishop B4.
Yeah, you can
will
also
come
play
into
Knight
C7.
E7 maybe. I don't know. But
No, but then
I think
there's no point.
takes and Knight F6. Yeah.
Yeah, why?
Takes
Why?
and Knight F6. Yeah.
Or even if the king moves, you have no point, right?
Where? When?
I
How?
thought maybe Rook F3. Okay, then.
No,
maybe
no,
Rook
Knight
F3,
E7
yeah?
directly, Srinath.
If you move the king, then maybe Rook F3.
Oh my god! But this
But yeah,
was
Bishop E7
terrible.
and Knight F6 is simple. Yeah, Bishop E7 and Knight F6 is just that simple. You don't calculate further, I guess.
Yeah. But the thing is, this mistake of Duda, I kind of expected, because once you make like this, mistakes come in pairs. Yeah, like you're already so frustrated, you can't think straight. So, but from that position to this position, like the transformation is huge. Like you had everything with black. And now you pawn on D6, which you allowed. By playing D5, you gave your central pawn and gave him a passed pawn in an endgame. Oh.
But this year, you of course realized that he's worse after Bishop A5, right? Then
Yeah.
why? I mean, he didn't even think about Knight D7.
6 minutes, yeah? Yes, 6 minutes.
Yeah, but like he played instantly
Pressure.
almost after D6.
Bishop A5, yeah. Naka style, yeah. We can predict Naka's moves, especially in such clear positions.
And what if Rook A8 now? Just B4 or?
Rook A2
Duda
looks.
played Rook A2 instantly. Bishop B4 also, yeah? Where else do you put the bishop? Yeah, played Bishop B4. How many moves they have to make?
One move for Hikaru.
I mean,
and
Duda,
two for
Duda has
Duda.
to make two.
What
Rook
move do you make
C3,
here?
Rook C7 is just coming, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, Rook C8, then Knight E7 is the problem. Horrible position. I think White is just winning. Unless, I don't know why the evaluation is not higher. Computer is resourceful, but I don't see easily what is Black's way to defend. How do you even put resistance here? Rook C2 or what? But then Rook A1.
Rook A1. Also, you can play Rook C3 simply. Like even this exchange should be favorable for Black. Sorry,
But
for
you can
White.
go Rook A1 first. E4
Also
then
Rook A1.
C3. E4
Also,
Rook
yeah.
C3, yeah. Oh. Terrible play.
Sheena just confirming, yeah, whether it works or not.
Terrible play by Black. Last one. Unbelievable. The thing is, usually if I play like this, I would also be self-critical. So it's not against any player as such, but it's just my nature to be critical.
I know.
So don't take it otherwise, chat. He had 22 minutes when he played this D5.
Yeah.
And he had more time, I think, than Hikaru, or at least they were about even.
Yeah, they had even amount of time.
This reminds me of my game against Prague in Tata Steel. I was a pawn up, everything under control, yeah. His pieces can't move. And then for some reason, I try to snatch another pawn, allowing his pieces to get active. And then my king is super weak. It's just like very, very similar. Complete in control. Now, if I was a commentator back then, I would also say, like, what is White doing? It's so stupid. Like, his pieces can't even move. And then you do this.
Except
somebody
that
asked Nepo about this, that what was your preparation for candidates, or like what you are doing different than the other people. So you know what he said? Before winning the last one also, he said, Before that, I was commentating for the candidates.
Let's go. Thanks, Abhijit.
So he just sort of understood like the psyche, and like he always knew, like, in the sense, if you don't lose, then it's always good. You're always around there, yeah. Where if you win a couple of games, you're in the leading
The thing
contention.
is,
But
as you said, like, watching others' games gives you perspective. Like, when you make mistakes, you think, oh, how I'm so stupid here that I made this mistake. But when you watch other people, you realize that everybody makes stupid mistakes also. It's just not you. Like, you're not alone who does such things. Then you feel like much better. So I think he realized it after watching others' candidates that, okay, they're also making many mistakes. Yeah. So it's fine. I don't need to be harsh.
yeah. And that time, I think he was also barely 27, like 27.5, 27.10, around that
Really?
time. He was not like.
When was this?
Elite. I think 2014, I think. When was this? Was in Russia. Maybe when Anand was playing it.
Vichy. Yeah. Kantimansis 2014. Right.
6 more years.
Why you're looking at me? 6 more years देख के ऐसे कैमरा की तरफ अभी क्या और
And now Duda is down to just a minute. Yeah, he has to actually finally make a move, which he's not able to.
Maybe bishop d8, bishop b6.
But I can anyway play the same, no? Rook goes to c7 or not.
Maybe. But I don't see a move.
Bishop d8, maybe even rook d2.
But why you want to exchange rook? It's good, huh?
Active piece.
Yeah, like rook c2 I'll get.
It's horrible position. I think it's just technically lost. Takes, bishop d6 or something. He played bishop d8. Yeah, he did.
I wanted to exchange this rook and get it either on a file or the c file.
Rook d2 is very practical, but will Naka do it?
No.
Here you can just collect the e5 pawn, no?
How?
Come on, Ronak. Guess your favorite player's move. This is your chance. Come on.
Okay, I'm pretty sure he'll not play rook d2.
And so what else? What do you think? Because bishop b6 is coming. So
then I have to think. But why is this like plus 2.5?
Rook e2, I think.
Rook e2.
That position
move.
That position.
But rook e2, bishop d4. You want to
then some rook c2.
Okay, guys,
Bishop
I don't
d6,
even
rook
know
c6.
which position you're analyzing.
I guess rook d2 they're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, many moves. Yeah, I like rook c3, rook c7.
Rook c3, bishop b6.
Rook c7.
Rook f2.
No, but why? Why do you
move
want
somewhere?
Yeah, king
because
moves,
I think it's winning on the spot, no?
Rook f7.
No, come on.
Move the rook where?
So bishop b6.
Yeah.
Rook c3.
So rook c3 is
bishop
b6.
And let
So
the
king
jury decide.
h2, I guess. King h2. Put no king h2.
No, now after you got validation from the bar, I don't want to continue.
No, but
but rook f7 also rook b7 maybe.
Rook b7 and then knight e7.
Okay. Not
imagine if bar goes down only after rook b7.
So you think he'll play rook c3, Ronak?
Yeah.
Your favorite player?
I think so.
Yeah, he'll play rook c3.
He might, yeah. He's
But isn't rook d2 his style?
No.
Or generally he would like to give problems, but bishop b6 is almost next pre-move, yeah?
Yeah.
Otherwise he would play something which would make him give Duda choice.
I don't know. Rook c3 I would predict. I don't know. Let's see.
Or rook f3?
No,
bishop b6, knight e7? No?
No.
But I can also play after bishop b6, rook f3 if I want, like, something.
But so rook c1,
Like
bishop b6, rook f3. Rook c1.
No. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, even let's say rook c3, bishop b6, rook f3 also is not a
But
big
then
deal.
e4, no? E4.
But knight e7,
King h7.
and then rook f7, then rook
E3.
f7.
Knight
Yeah, but
e5.
just one check. Yeah, I'll just take and move my king.
Yeah, one
Okay.
check.
Only one check.
Okay. Maybe knight. No.
Knight e5. Yeah, what do you do?
D7, I thought.
D7.
Then I don't have.
Then you resign, probably. Yeah.
This is a Abhijit's variation.
Rook d2 is very clean. Arey, no wish. I'm not at all like that. I'm just curious why.
Gosh.
Why is it the favorite player? That's why.
Vidit is jealous.
Of what? Of what? There should be something to be jealous of. But what? No, curiosity भी एक चीज होती है ना.
No, Vidit asked that question about everyone. What do you like?
Yeah.
But then Vidit responds himself, oh, I like.
I think Ronak, he is going to play rook d2. What do you? No?
I would play rook d2, but yeah.
Chat,
So,
what do
can
you
we
think?
Can we check this line rook c3 just to see if it's winning?
It is. We checked.
Bishop b6.
Pi approves it.
Rook c7. Can you take on c7?
dc7.
Knight b6.
He's going to
Just
play
rook d8.
Rook a8.
Rook a8.
He played rook c3. So you know him well, huh?
I know my man.
Oh, rook d8.
Some no, rook a8, knight e7 and knight c6.
Rook
Yes,
a8
knight
or bishop
h8.
a5, I thought.
But let's get the full face camera last move of Duda with a few seconds to go.
Bishop b6 is going to play. There's no option only. वो फेस कैम लेके भी क्या करोगे? मुंह तो वही आने वाला.
तो कैमरा क्यों लगा रहे? मूवी तो आएगा.
Bishop b6 आया.
Bishop d6 with just 15 seconds to go.
This thing I like about Naka, that when he gets a good position, he has one of the best techniques. He'll just calculate very well and he doesn't relax, I think, after getting winning position.
In this line, after knight b6, what's the finish?
Rook d8 works, no? Knight, yeah.
Rook 8.
And then knight e7, knight c6.
Is that a finish?
Is it so clear?
Yeah.
Let's find out.
Yeah, of course.
The thing is, if not rook 8, king f7, then there was this knight e5.
Knight e7, where do you go?
King f7, yeah.
F7, yeah.
No, this is not so clear.
Yeah.
Rook c8, yeah. Or what? Naka's expression. Bishop d6, yeah.
Yeah. It's winning, but not a finish.
Maybe there is a finish, because engine said more. So.
+5, yeah.
Yeah, not.
You can play rook d6 instead of rook d8, no?
Knight.
No, I think rook d8 was okay. Knight, yeah.
Go
Yeah.
back. One more.
Knight d5 आ रहा है ना rook d6 को.
Yes. But then rook e6.
Rook e6.
No, rook
Yeah,
e6
rook moves.
or something. Yeah.
But then rook e5, knight c7. Can you check rook d6?
I'm a bit lost because both of you are saying moves
Play
at the
rook
same
d6
time.
first. Yeah?
We are checking if this works or not.
Knight d5.
No, it does not. Yeah. Rook e6, rook a8 is a very useful defense. Otherwise, it would win.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's easy to miss this. Actually, I wish this phase was in time pressure. But it would have been more interesting. But now I think so. Rook d8, rook 8, and now bishop a5. Yeah, Ronak, you were saying.
Yeah, knight.
Again, both of you spoke at the same time.
Array, it's obvious.
Also, you can start with king h2 also, no? Instead of rook c7. Like, let him take first and then go rook c7.
But this is winning, no? We want to find out why. What is the win?
Yeah, it is +5.
So rook d8.
Rook d8 goes to +2.
Okay. Oh, okay. So rook d8 is not correct. So
yeah.
So let's think.
What are the options?
I mean, bishop c5, knight d5, I can win, but doesn't look clean.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, you can play bishop c5, knight d5, knight e7.
Oh,
yeah, I was thinking of something like that.
Then rook d7, bishop d6, bishop e5, slowly.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether it's +5. It will be +5 or not.
No, knight d5, knight e7, right? It just wins.
Yeah, I think this wins.
Takes bishop e7 or rook
doesn't win, no? No, I can
black can't move, no?
Yeah.
I can play rook 8, rook d8, king f7. It's not, it doesn't
Bishop
win.
d8 maybe after rook 8.
Yeah, but again, it doesn't win.
Yeah.
I'll go count
Probably
like rook c1, rook c5. Okay, very good.
But rook d7, bishop d6 is simpler. I mean, if you want to win slowly.
Yeah, correct. Rook d7, bishop d6.
Yeah, no, king f7, bishop h4, bishop g3.
Right.
Not even to allow king f6.
Yeah.
He was going to play a move, but then
Yeah, he was.
Is there any other option apart from rook c7?
But he was in king h2. Oh, I think he went for the king.
But king h2, rook f2, and how?
Then rook c7, no, same line.
Okay, but if he wants to play, he'll do it directly, I think.
I think he was heading for king actually. When I saw the, and I'm surprised he's playing so quickly. I thought he'll take more time here when you have 1 hour.
If knight f6, you just move the rook. Yeah? Rook b7.
Just terrible position for black.
It's gone.
He's going for the king. Yeah. Abhijit is happy. No, good suggestion. I mean, it didn't cross my mind. I was only thinking rook c7.
Abhijit finds a lot of good alternates, yeah?
You like it, yeah? Vidit?
Sorry?
You like it,
No,
yeah?
I like rook c7 more.
But in either case, he has to calculate this, right?
Yeah, he's going for it.
But here, at least with rook on f2, you don't have to calculate bishop c7, yeah?
Yeah.
So king h2, bishop f2, is it an option? It's terrible, but what?
Rook c7.
Yeah, rook c7.
Rook a7. He played king h2.
Okay. I'll bring another rook, yeah? Then.
Rook c1.
Yeah, it's okay, Srinath, it's okay.
No, I also saw other attractive moves.
It's so much fun to play with white here. Any move you make, it's winning. Like, it's so good.
Don't be too sure of that. But yeah.
Arey, isme kya hai? Black's not a single piece is moving. There's no counterplay. Wow. So after this win,
Hikaru will move to the second spot.
He still has to play Ding in the last game, so it's not.
Yeah, he has to hold Ding.
Yeah.
Which I think he probably will if he wins this.
Sure.
Yeah, because Ding is not going e4 generally. He is going. He can go Italian against Naka, or because QGD or Catalan he goes this b5 line, giving this pawn. So I don't think Ding will go there and must win. So yeah, maybe Ding will play e4 finally, or c4 e5. Naka always plays c4 e5, so maybe there. And Caruana, who does he play tomorrow? Firuzha, yeah?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because if Hikaru wins this, then Ding will have 7 and Hikaru will have 7.5. So one of them will reach 8 for sure. And their nearest pursuers, Caruana and Raja, have only 6.5. So even with the win, they won't be able to finish second.
Wait, Fabi has only 6.5? He wasn't on +2?
He was on +3, but then he lost 3 games. So
He lost 3 games in like 4 rounds.
So he's what, +1?
0.
50%.
No, he's 50%.
50.
Yeah.
Aye. Oh. So Fabi is completely out of contention for second place.
If Hikaru
Yeah,
wins.
if Hikaru wins. But I
If
guess
Hikaru
Fabi
wins
was
this,
never-
there won't be any requirement for tiebreaker also for the second place. It will be a direct shootout. Ding versus Hikaru, death match.
I think Hikaru will hold it tomorrow.
Speaking about a death match, people were asking in the chat before, earlier, how are you preparing for your death match?
And would you have to actually do boxing with it?
I suggested this to Sagar. Please keep chess boxing. I would love to play that with Anish. Where the result is guaranteed. But Sagar laughed it off, sadly. So, but if anybody is watching and wants to host it, I am up for it, guys. Chess boxing match with Anish Giri. I wouldn't mind it.
Only with Anish Giri, yeah?
Yes, starting with Anish Giri. But the format is so weird. Like, we are going to play blindfold match, the first match, and where we actually have blindfold on. And we'll be speaking out moves, and then somebody will be making it on the board, and we'll be hitting the chess clock say blindly, and we'll not know what time it is, because before, when they used to have this blindfold match, it used to be on computer screen without the pieces. That's how the blindfold match used to happen.
Yeah.
Here you actually put blindfold and speak out the moves, and with just 7 minutes on clock. So I don't know how it's going to happen. It's going to be some crazy thing. Then the second
Have you had any experience wearing an actual blindfold?
I remember one of his streams, Vidit did this.
That match.
So you have some practice.
And you
some
were also
advantage
playing,
over
like,
Anish there.
multiple boards, no? Multiple boards you were playing with her.
Yeah, 3 boards.
Not just one.
Yeah, 3 games.
In Grandsters, I was playing Bullet, like with Jordan. So you play blindfoldedly, but you also move the pieces on the board and press the clock, and you have to move everything correctly. In
Blindfold, bullet, and you have to move the piece. God. Why do these kids make everything extreme?
How can you move the pieces?
Like, you have to imagine your board and play moves, and press the clock.
But you also say no or not.
Some people have a hard enough time not making an illegal move when they can see the pieces, and you want to do this blindfold. Kaisa hoga?
Whoever doesn't, let's say, you can do Queen F3, Queen F7, and if the opponent doesn't realize your queen is there and he blunders, you take the king, you win. So you can touch the pieces in between the game.
I don't think this is catching on. The world is not ready for this yet. By the way, guys, I think it's time for me to bid you guys goodbye. Now the candidates is over. I don't think I'll be joining tomorrow as well. But I think there's an important match, Ding Naka.
And there is the actual candidates match. Could be the actual candidates match.
Could be, in hindsight. You have to comment it considering that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because that clip will be played.
So don't make tweets saying this is the last interesting game in candidates.
Yeah. People will join you, Srinath, tomorrow. Don't worry. They'll watch you. Don't worry. And you will get content for your channel. Don't worry. We are here for you.
Without you, it's going to be tough, but we'll see.
No, we'll manage. All right.
Thank you so much, Vidit, and we'll miss you. On behalf of the chat. Welcome back, everyone, to the. Okay, I can only see Vidit's laughter, so I'll skip straight to the games with that. But yeah, welcome back, everyone, and let's go directly to the Hikaru Duda game because that's the only game that is going on right now.
He's played King H7, by the way, guys.
Duda looked so sad, no? Were you looking at his expressions, chat, and Abhijit and Ronak?
Not
No.
But yeah, he looked so sad, and it It brings me to mind.
Okay, Srinath, one. I mean, I just want to interrupt you for 1 second because Hikaru is going to make a move. Let's have a prediction by Ronak and from all of us. What move is going to make?
Let me see where he's touching and then I'll predict.
No, his hand just went somewhere. Just by his looks, where do you think he's looking exactly?
By his looks, you cannot understand anything. He's looking up only.
He's looking outside the boat.
Also, like we were just talking about like Boris Gelfand in the break, and when I was playing with him, he was looking down, not looking at the board, not looking at you. He was just constantly looking, just down.
So he has a habit to do something with the pieces, yeah. So
yeah.
But he was looking at.
Okay, so guess the move.
Rook C6.
I have to see if Rook C7 is working or not now. Because that's what the whole thing, no? Point.
But now if you take
I know what Hikaru will play.
F3.
I think he'll just play F3. Exactly. F3. Solid.
No, but F4 makes sense, if you don't want to play Rook C7.
Also, F3 you want to make in 2 seconds. It's a kind of a move you just make and then think.
Move first, think later.
Best strategy.
I think he's going for it. Inside.
Yeah. I know Hikaru well, I think by now. How he thinks.
Does it affect your play, Ronak? Like if somebody, let's say if you're playing against Hikaru, whom you admire so much, or in general, does it affect your play against that person, or it's the same?
No, previously it used to, I was not so confident against Hikaru or let's say some other top players. But now after this Rapid Championship, it has changed quite a lot. Now I don't care whoever I'm playing and I can beat.
Also, you just need that one win, against anybody.
Exactly, yeah.
You just one win. Yeah. Also,
did you have any kind of a breakthrough win at some point against some elite player which made you, which really made a shift in your perspective?
Yeah, this Rapid Championship has really changed a lot of things in my play, like in confidence kind of thing.
Also, in any sport, confidence is the key. Like, if you're not confident, then you should not be in sport in general. No, you should not be playing a sport professionally.
Yeah, but confidence is a very dynamic thing too. But I think the word we are going for is self-belief. Yeah, it really makes you believe in yourself. It brings it higher.
Srinath, would you say that you are a confident person?
Yes, I would say yes.
Yeah.
You should be. One should be.
For sure.
Actually, it was a two-part question when I asked, does it change when you admire somebody and you play against them? Does it also change when you're playing against a friend? Is your thought process still the same? Or, I mean, in general, does it change for you, if you're playing a friend?
Asking to Ronak?
Both of you?
Ronak seemed a bit
I already asked to Vidit. He said, I don't care. Yeah.
No, I find it uncomfortable to play against people whom I've worked with, whose preparation I know about and my preparation they know about. I find it very uncomfortable to play against people who are so close. I think that is the most uncomfortable. Otherwise, with friends, I don't think it's a big deal. But if we are involved in preparing chess together in some way, then I find it very uncomfortable. Using privileged information.
And Ronak, you?
I haven't worked much with other people, so.
I mean, would you how you are when you're playing with a friend against a friend?
No, I don't really mind. Let's say, last 4 tournaments, I've played Arjun every time we have met in a tournament. I've played him. And the thing is, all the games are drawn. Sometimes, like he has some chances.
Let's say OTB tournament.
Yeah, OTB.
Yeah, it was OTB.
Okay.
Okay, like Sharjah had some chances, but in Menorca he was white. So, but
Sharjah, you played Arjun?
Yeah.
Yeah, Taimano.
It was the time when I was playing decent chess until one point.
But the draw says the story.
True.
Like personally for me, it's very difficult to play against a friend. Like
Deepan.
No, I mean with him it's not like yeah, it is like that. But in general also, like I would rather. I don't know. For me, the personal thing is more than professional thing. So that's why maybe
it could also get uncomfortable. Let's say you are like roommates and you're playing the game next day, and both of you don't want to make a draw.
True. Also,
generally one person leaves, no? In such situations.
What? Sorry, what does he do?
Generally, one person leaves in such situations, I think.
I don't know.
Okay,
Goes to like a friend's room.
But I'll tell you one story. So in Vikings, I was playing in the C group once, and so every day we used to hang out together. Myself, Anish, there was this guy Ali Bital. There was about 2400, and there was this Roland Prozers who was also about 2450. So I was beating all the grandmasters. Okay, with white black, I drew with Wesley, but against these three guys. I think I just lost to these three guys. That time Anish was about 2450.
Yeah, I remember. Grunfeld, no?
Yeah, very quickly I lost to him, of that also. But I'm just saying, that and they were all 2450 guys that time, not even 2500.
Anish won the tournament.
I was no, Wesley won, I think. Anish became GM, I think, in that tournament. I lost to Hariga also there. Like I lost on time.
He got flagged.
But I didn't, made a statement after that game that people are disrespectful. Yeah, it is beauty, like without the increment. Like 40 moves, you have to make in certain amount.
Absolutely. And I think with practice, you learn how to balance your time. No? I mean, it depends, not everyone, but people learn how to balance their time with increment, without increment. And it also brings in this factor. It brings in an additional dimension.
Right.
The clock pressure. Now, when 30 seconds increment first came into prominence, and there was a time when there was no increment at all, no digital clocks, only analog clocks. And there was a point when the 30-second increment came into picture, and it was severely criticized. There were GMs saying that I can't imagine playing chess with 30 seconds remaining for the whole, 20 moves SR. But now look at our perspective. We can't imagine not going without increment. We have gotten so used to it. So I think it's a massive question of whether it's massive question of adaptation. And people used to think that it was such an abomination that this time control itself existed, 1.5 hours, 30 seconds, which we play the Olympiad right now. When it came on, a lot of purist grandmasters were like, what nonsense, you're killing chess. Chess, this is not how you play classical chess. But again, with time, perspectives shifted.
Also,
why are you saying this? Like, why are you killing chess exactly? What's the reason?
Also, like from 7 hours,
because
6 hours, 6
yeah,
hours,
exactly.
5 hours. Even those days, like people used to say, okay, this is not real chess. You should have time to create, all this.
Let's say you're playing without increment and you get flagged. Yeah, then what? Then you will not complain. Yeah.
Because that time there were only analog clocks. There were no digital clocks.
So yeah.
So you cannot like increase like 30 seconds every move by yourself. But yeah, no, I do understand the point also. Like, oh, look at Duda, man.
Devastated.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I hope Vidit is not watching, but it reminds me of his game against Mamadiyaro from Tata Steel. He was in a similar state.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't want to remind him, but
You're silently doing that. But okay.
I'm pretty sure he's not watching our stream after going from it.
Let's see. But someone might clip it, yeah, and then he watches it later.
I mean, they're not going to inbox with it that, no, I just don't want to remind him of that memory.
Actually, he was right in the sense that we all are here to give content to Srinath. These GMs remember games from years ago. Here I'm struggling with the syllabus I read.
We also struggle with syllabus.
But you know the thing is, you read it once. We repeat the position every day. So that's why
Spaced
that's how you
repetition.
remember. Yeah. Probably if you would also read the same thing for 6 months, you will probably remember it for another 1 year. You will not forget it before that. Pranav, you were saying something?
Yeah, do you think Duda will play or resign?
Difficult to make a move, no? In general.
Exactly, no, you don't really want to get suffered. You just want to finish the game and run.
Yeah, end the agony.
Yeah.
Also with white, how do you win?
Like I'll keep playing. Bishop c3 is one.
Bishop c3
on
95.
your 95 strategy.
First of all, you threat. Yeah.
Bishop,
I don't know whether you want to take the pawn like this or
bishop moves.
Or with the bishop.
Yeah, I think just bishop.
No, why with the bishop?
You don't want to give up this pony, yeah?
Why not? It's so much winning. You can do whatever.
True.
And maybe he'll go bishop d4, but the problem is rook c7 and you're stuck again forever.
Yeah.
Oh, look at him. So sad.
Yeah. This is not a fun sight to see.
Yeah. Agony, agony. And imagine 10 moves back, he was actually better. Without any counterplay for white.
This is Hikaru, yeah? Out of nowhere, he can come with some tricks and then it's gone.
No, but there was no trick. He tricked himself, I think. In this
Yeah, he created it. d5. But
Like-
do you think Hikaru has one of the best nerves in the game?
Yeah, I agree with that.
No.
Why not?
One of the best, but probably like when I was seeing this, his match against Magnus, this chess 960, where they had this wristband where they could see this heart rate monitor. You could see Magnus was so calm, like he was never going beyond 80. And Hikaru sometimes even reach 120, 115.
But then those were different times, I think. Hikaru, I think he's kind of reinvented himself. Like even in 2018, the Olympiad, the last Olympiad that happened over the board, Hikaru was struggling to win a single game. He was making draws against 2300, literally. And I think he just didn't win more than 2 or 3 games in the whole Olympiad. And towards 2019, it was getting really, his form was getting really patchy. Hikaru going below 2750 is something big for Hikaru because he's so strong. He's such a good chess player. And someone you would expect to stay constantly about 2750, but he fell to 2735. But
now we have like already Hikaru probably back in top 10.
Yeah, he's stormed back into top 10. Yeah.
Form is temporary, but class is permanent.
And also,
But yeah, also
he has this approach that he has nothing to lose.
This is actually good, no, in the sense that for him now, chess is not his, let's say, full-time job.
Yeah.
Like he has other things to do in life. And so he just takes a break, plays chess, which he actually enjoys, which he has been doing, I don't know, for the last 20 years, 25 years.
But also, I think Magnus does play him better than everyone else. Like Hikaru, I mean, obviously Magnus plays everyone better than everyone else. But against Hikaru, he has a fantastic score. And I just did a check some days ago to see if this had changed post-pandemic in the online rapid events. And it did change briefly for a few months in 2020. But towards the end of 2020 and 2021, Magnus again just dominated. He just started beating Hikaru with a very big margin again.
But I guess OTB didn't change much because OTB, even let's say last few years, I don't remember Magnus beating Hikaru. It's more or less been lot of draws, yeah. So what Bishop D2 was played here.
Yep.
No counter player. One more thing.
Yeah,
That's actually a practically nice move.
He wants to prevent Bishop F4, yeah? He wants to get Bishop C3 but prevent Bishop F4.
But Bishop F4 anyway, he could have played G3. So I don't think that's...
G3, King H3.
So why not start with Bishop C3 here?
No, that's what I'm telling. He thinks only one black piece is there, which is plays at least decently. He wants to exchange it.
Oh, this is very nice thematic point, like also for the people in the chat. Black has only one active piece and Hikaru wants to just exchange it.
Okay. And now the C7 square is permanent. So yeah, it looks very ugly. Now after this, Dina pointed out him, that you're wearing this jacket after winning position. Yeah, he has stopped doing that.
It was Danny, yeah?
No, it was Dina.
Also, in afterwards, when he went to the lounge where they all commented for chess.com.
He stopped wearing his coat, yeah? Just
jacket on.
But also, this is not the position you wear the jacket, yeah? Because you don't know whether your opponent is going to resign like in 5 minutes or not.
True, yeah.
The jacket on was like a finisher move, yeah, in wrestling. It's like when Undertaker does this and it's about to get over. It was like that kind of a move.
Everyone does this only, no? Like in wrestling, like even John Cena. I don't know, like how much wrestling do you watch or you have watched?
John Cena does this, right?
But that was not that is not his finisher move.
But he doesn't do this. This is Undertaker special. That's before this Tombstone.
But one thing I cannot imagine is Srinath doing boxing.
Have you ever seen Srinath in a fight?
No, that's what, yeah.
I have a clip.
Wasn't actually a fight.
Yes, I mean there is not actually a fight if somebody is fighting you, yeah. But yeah, what Bishop D4, Bishop C3? Very nice technique, no? Very pleasing technique to see us. Also to teach somebody, like this is how you should play. Like Hikaru is doing all the ticking all the check boxes, yeah.
Yeah. People are all set out to make a gif out of my last ride.
Ronak thinking in his mind.
No, that includes myself. So how can I think that?
Yeah, you also watch wrestling, yeah?
No.
Not.
No, I only watch cricket, but I watch it a lot. So yeah. But that was a nice comment.
What is DC?
Yeah, exactly.
Discord.
Discord.
Oh. I was in that word, yeah, Marvel's DC.
Yeah, same. I had the similar thought.
Anshika, for that, you have to first be in the Discord yourselves.
Even the chat is there, for you, Srinath, to give you content.
Life is content. Content is life. By the way, Abhijit, there was a question for you from the chat from much earlier, but I think it's still relevant. It was about the teams being announced so close to the Olympiad and how that impacts your preparation.
I mean, it does impact the preparation because if we would have known earlier, but then again, I'm very happy just to be the part of it. And you cannot announce this earlier because it has to be basically luck factor, whether it's the odd number of entries or the even number of entries. But I'm just happy and excited to be the part of it, of this big event which is going to happen very soon. But at some point, you do have the idea that there is a good chance that there will be a third team or not. So I mean, probably also the team members, like all of us, we sort of knew that there could be there is a decent chance. So you sort of adjust. I mean, you at least have that sort of mindset that you could be called upon any moment. So even if that is there, you're mentally prepared. Yes, and you're talking about chess preparation. Yes, I mean, we have been doing this. I've been spending a lot of time with Srina, so I don't know what will happen. As Vidit knows, yeah, he's already to number 3 now. India number 3. So yeah, but yeah, on a serious note, yes, I'm very happy to be part of it, and yeah, we'll try to do my best.
Right.
And yeah, I just cannot look at his face right now. Luda's face, You feel sorry for him. I don't know why,
yeah,
but
I know. It's a very familiar sight, yeah. And I remember commentating on one of this match between Ivanchuk and Alireza during the lockdown, and it was a online blitz match.
Yeah, I remember.
It was not so well publicized, but it was an online blitz match, and it was so close. These guys were playing such brilliant chess, and both of them. Somehow Alireza managed to win that match. It was so well fought, and it was just an online blitz match. But it was very well fought. Ivanchuk was superb, but Alireza managed to just be more concrete. Yeah. And the agony on Ivanchuk's face at the end of it, and a lot of audience at that time were quite new to chess, and they felt so incredibly sad and also unreal that someone could feel so bad for losing an online blitz match. But Ivanchuk was just so invested in it. And as chess players, we are so invested in our play, our games. Right. So I think that brings a massive emotional attachment, and it affects because of that.
Yeah, also Ivanchuk is another player who's very expressive. Like he's there, like he wears his emotions on his sleeve. And you could see even the time when he won this, I think it was Rapid or Blitz. I don't remember, one of the event in the World Rapid.
I think.
Rapid, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and like the time he made a move when Magnus blundered, and the time he actually made the right move, and he was like so excited. You could just see on his face, yeah, like so happy, so proud, all those feelings at the same time. And on the contrary, if you would have seen Carlsen's reaction, after that, it was like, just I don't care. Just leave me alone. So yes, I mean, if you are into any sort of professional sport, these things, I mean, are part and parcel of it.
Yeah, part and parcel of it, for sure.
Yesterday, Anish also played a nice game against Magnus.
Oh, I didn't see that game.
Yeah,
I saw only Judith's
I haven't
game.
seen that game either. But I know that it was a checkmate with Queen G8.
Judith crushed Magnus yesterday. Or the video I'm talking about in that.
Yeah.
It was an amazing game.
Judith is just very strong. Yeah? Very, very, very strong chess player. Even when she was commentating for the World Championship match and she was doing it with Anish, many lines she was just outplaying him in
Anish and actually because at some point they had this question in the chat that to Anish, like, what do you think, like, what is going wrong in general? Yeah, so he was like, she's just very strong, what can I do? Yeah, It's just that she doesn't play chess professionally anymore. Doesn't mean that. I feel once you're in like top 10, 20 in the world, no? You
No, this example,
always.
Yeah. Like yesterday, I was seeing Kramnik playing a Rapid Championship. Yeah. He's playing exceptionally.
We didn't talk about that actually with Ronak. Yeah. What do you think about what happened yesterday with Kramnik?
No,
Just all this flagging
like
and stuff.
on a complete different level. I think best among everyone who was playing. But it's just this mouse skills and that there's no increment. That's it. Otherwise, he would have won this tournament like very easily. At least in the Swiss, the way he was playing. Let's say if you add 10+2 into those time controls, he would have definitely scored 7.5. I'm pretty sure about that.
I'm sure you read his statement, after the event.
Sorry?
I'm sure you must have read his statement after the event.
No. Did he give some statement?
Oh, Srinath read his statement on the stream also. Just so that he can get more content out of it.
So that the chat is informed. Whatever I do is for the chat, for the love of them. Everything.
Yeah.
But it would be too much to read it out again. No?
Yeah. So anyway, like
just say he was not happy at all.
Yeah.
He was very unhappy with the manner in which he lost against Andrekin and Vincent.
Not blaming anybody, but like he was just mad about how
chess has changed.
Yeah, but look, it's also the format. So let's say if I am playing Kramnik, okay, I have a huge respect for him. But the game is a game. Yeah? You also want to win. You are there to win. You're not there to like give points.
Absolutely. You have to do everything you can within the rules of the game, within the fair play.
Also, there are some other players who keep on saying about the flag, but this is the format. If you don't want to play, you cannot play. But you shouldn't complain about it after you lose.
I remember Ronak flagging me many times on chess.com, some normal flit. But
yeah, I've also got.
I mean, you get angry, but okay, this is the game, no? This is how our sport is, and
I mean, the number of times Nihal and Arjun have done it to me.
Yeah.
Why to play Blitz? Oh, Arjun, from Arjun, and like Nihal is just popping up into my head, and it's like Nihal has done this so many times, like so many. And the irony is like he'll have 30 seconds, I'll have more time, but I'll be the one who's getting flagged.
I know.
Yeah, so
Nihal and Arjun are like the flagging kings of India, I think. What do you think, Ronak?
I agree. Maybe Arjun has become a bit more slower online because he's playing more OTB. But for Nihal, it never changes. He's always there to flag you.
No, because he's also playing online when he's also playing OTB. Yeah?
True.
I mean, people have said similar things about Hikaru. Yeah, I think they called him names like Hikaru Flagamura and stuff like that. But,
no, for example, Hikaru has also flagged me 1,000,000 times in completely winning position in important tournaments, not like crap tournaments or something. But why should I complain? It's the format. I know it's going to happen.
Do you think it's a bit similar to, I don't know, maybe it sounds a bit absurd, but for example, let's take the opening preparation. Someone comes in so well prepared and then beats you without making a single move of their own. And when this started the first time in 98 or 2002, I remember Aronian even went and apologized to one of his opponents saying, I'm really sorry, I didn't play a single move of my own. But is this relatable in any way to flagging? Some people might not like it, but that's just how the game is.
Yeah, but then you should appreciate that person who did so much prep in his opening, went so deep, remembered everything. Why should you be upset?
Yeah, I know. Oh man, Duda's like almost talking through his expressions, and you can listen to his agony, to his suffering. Shivang says never heard of Hikaru Flagamura. She had just created this name for Hikaru. Actually, I might have done that,
huh? Oh man. Let's tag him, no then.
Flagger Serene. Also called Nihal Flagger Serene so many times.
Okay. So Kramnik wrote it in his profile.
Yeah, he wrote it in his profile and then he sent a very long statement also about it. I'll DM you about it.
Oh gosh. No, come on. This is a bit too much.
Yeah. Anyway, I think we can move on from this topic. And Anish defeated Magnus thrice yesterday. Twice in Park and then in a Blitz tournament. Chad, what creative names can you come up with for different players like Flagamura, Flagger Serene, Arjun Flagaizi? How do we? Ali is also flags a lot.
Hikaru also once created a name for me. I'm not him, his chat. Yeah.
Acha, what?
It was like Ronak Sajwani. So Saj, yeah, in which Sad, this is Saj. So I was completely winning against him in Title Tuesday, and I somehow in like real scramble, I blundered. So this is how it got created.
Oh yeah, Ashwin makes a very valid point in the chat. Chess is now partial in esport. It's not just a board game. So online chess itself, there is a different component of it. It's not just the chess you played with board and pieces in the 90s. And I think it's very important to understand this distinction that it's also an esport now. And if the masses want it, then I think it's a very valid thing. No one particular person or anyone owns the idea of what is chess. Yeah.
Yeah. What does the Saj means?
Sad face.
Sad. Yeah.
Shri Flag Narayanan. Flagnath. It can be Raunak Flagwani, no?
Yes. So, how long do you think this game is going to last?
Half an hour.
I think it already lasted longer than you can't make a move with black. Or do you think Luda is going to just get flagged with the 23 minutes?
Yeah, that's
no.
That's why I said half an hour.
No.
I did that when I was a kid.
Oh, that is so irritating.
Yeah.
People still.
Hey, my dad told me not to finish in 5 minutes here. So I played very fast.
I remember you telling me also this years and years ago, like the same.
Yeah, but this has happened to me also, so I can relate.
So I got into mate in one position within the first 5 minutes, and Dad was like, it's okay if you lose, but don't come back quickly. So then, what can I do? I was thinking, but mate in one, kuch bhi nahi kar sakta. So I just sat there.
You're thinking about what? Chess or
nothing. I was just looking at all the different boards.
Yeah.
My opponent was actually a pretty good player.
Hikaru wore.
Yeah, even Hikaru's patience has limits, guys. Like, bas ho gaya. I waited till not time, but come on, just let's get it over. I have a review, I have a recap, I have a game tomorrow to prepare for.
Do you think Magnus, his decision will be impacted once he sees that it'll be Hikaru on the second spot after the candidates?
Yeah, I think it's possible. And also, it's a very tough decision for Magnus.
How happy Ronak will be if Magnus doesn't play the title.
Not very happy, but.
Oh.
But if Hikaru becomes a world champion,
then I'll be happy, but I would still want Magnus to play actually.
Maybe then there will be a Magnus Hikaru match.
Yeah,
Ronak would be more happy, no? That he had better score against the world champion in June 2022.
वो तो ऐसे ही हो सकता है ना?
Yeah, but okay.
I would be happy if Nakamura would have qualified, yeah, and then there would have been a match with Magnus. That would be really fun. But now, okay, The second place in this tournament is like consolation prize.
Yeah, although Hikaru literally wouldn't care.
Yeah.
What a player, man. What an amazing ambassador for the sport, yeah.
Yeah, also when
Hikaru.
Soumya was here in the stream, like we were talking about like how like his the level of play even at such at this hour, let's say. And also in general, like he was not getting tired like the other people.
Yeah.
Like you can understand Nepo not getting tired because of course he's leading the group. But everybody else is like so fatigued right now. Like,
yeah, and that he managed to out-prepare Fabiano is something mind-blowing. Yeah? I mean, Fabiano has been sitting for months, preparing, and revealing ideas every game. And Hikaru is just streaming, and doing recaps every day. And in the end, Hikaru was the one who out-prepared Fabi in their game.
To be honest, he didn't out-prepare him because Hikaru forgot and
yeah.
and still got a good position because the nature of the position was such that White always has some sort of control in the position. But yeah, in general, like,
yeah, in a way, that's also out preparation. Yeah, because I think it's about who understands it better. Also, who evaluates it better, the position. Because it was 0.00, yeah, and let's admit it, most openings it ends with 0.00. So to evaluate that White has potential here, White has chances, White is better practically. I think that is also out preparation.
I think Rook B3 was played already.
Apart from Catalan, guys, everything is 0.0.
Catalan is minus, yeah.
Rook D7, Knight F8 wins.
Does it?
Yeah.
Looks like
one of the ways, I think.
But even Bishop E5 simply.
Any move wins actually. There are not that many moves which loses for right, like or makes a draw, unless you are blundering in one move.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rook D7 does it win on the spot? Or?
I think so.
Takes Knight F8, King G8, Knight D7, Rook C3, Knight E5. I mean, doesn't win on the spot, yeah? Bishop G5.
Bishop D6, yeah. I thought there will be some. Yeah, Rook A1.
Maybe
King F8 has always Knight G6. So that's the clincher. That's the juicer.
Yeah, it's just last, yeah. Just finish.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks
mate in 34, really? Oh no.
No, just take Rook D7. What mate in 34?
Yeah. No, for 1 second the evaluation bar was showing mate in 34. I was like, what?
Anything is possible, yeah. Bishop E5 also. Like, yeah. It's very hard to go wrong here as White.
Yeah,
even if you try, I don't think you'll manage.
Yeah.
Right. In the midst of all these difficult moments of Duda, let's also have a look at Nepo's message to Magnus Carlsen. It's a very small clip. It's a 10-second clip, but let's just have a look at it whenever it's ready.
Now that you officially won, you're the challenger. Is there something you would like to tell to Magnus?
I mean, maybe stop playing this H4, A4 nonsense, yeah.
And they're back.
Yeah.
Would you ever do this, Ronak? I mean, since you play online events a lot and you are good at it, would you ever do something like this?
Like what?
Play A4, H4.
In classical?
No.
Not classical,
yeah, anywhere.
but online events.
No, I can do it in.
I don't think classical you will do, but
yeah, okay, I can try it in World Blitz if someone says. Any game, but any game I want.
Yeah.
He's going for rook d7. He's going for it. Huh?
He played rook c8.
He went rook c8. Also makes sense. It's checkmate. He was touching the rook.
Mate in one,
yeah. Rook b8 is the only way. Rook into b8.
You take it and d7. Yeah. I think just show it. Yeah, let's just show it and d7.
Just d7. Yeah, even pretty.
Same concept, but he'll exchange more pieces. Oh, it is going. It is happening.
Yeah. So resignation हो गया क्या?
Yes.
नहीं, अब होगा. After d7 probably.
I think we can zoom in the camera probably. Yeah, we can do it.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. It is so painful. It is so painful.
He's like sarcastic smile kind of.
Chess is hard, yeah, Srinath.
Absolutely. One of the most hardest psychological things to do. I think.
That's it.
There we have it. The moment of the resignation. And with that, Hikaru moves to the second spot. How massive could that be in certain scenarios?
Huge.
It's been a great tournament for him, I think, so far.
Like, once again, I'll say the same thing. If you take out Nepo from this tournament, like just remove his name, it all feels like very close. Everybody's close. And in that, like in those close players, like where everybody's close, I think Hikaru did play quite well.
Sure.
No, I mean, Hikaru played well overall regardless. Yeah, he was even better against Nepo. And he felt so disgusted after that game. It was literally his title for the recap. And again, streaming all year. And guys, see, he was streaming all year. And then he came and got advantage against two of the best prepared players in modern chess, Caruana and Nepo. And now, if you had taken this model that someone is streaming all the time, is this a good way of training? Most people would just throw it at you.
But it is no, because in the sense that he has been strong player for a very long time. So it's not like he doesn't understand chess at all. Yeah, once you stop. And also he's streaming chess.
Yeah, exactly what
his mind is
how people change their perspective. First it would be like, oh my god, online blitz all the time, don't do it. But then later it became like Hikaru, he spends more time on chess than all of us.
Not even online blitz, just blitz in general. People used to say that it's not good for your chess.
Yeah, and it's not the way to prepare, it's not the way to train.
Yeah. But
once he started
any form of chess, when you're using your brain rather than a computer or engine.
Yeah.
It's always a good training.
Right. Absolutely.
He has been doing every day 10-12 hours.
And you have to be really fast and sharp, in online 3+0. You have to be, your opponents are just so unforgivingly tactical, and slightest of slip, slightest of being slow, you get punished severely. I think this was actually a very conscious method of training much earlier, about 2017, 2018, because it develops your tactical alertness so much, this 3+0. I think it helps you in chess in general, but you have to be tactically very sharp, especially when you're playing someone like Hikaru. You make a small slip.
But somebody said chess is 99% tactics.
Yeah.
There was a quote like that.
It was there in one of the Dvoretsky's books. Tactical play, I think.
Right.
Anyway, guys, so with the conclusion of the penultimate round, let's bring on the standings once again.
Yeah.
A numerical picture of Nepo's dominance.
Also, like now, it's not been updated yet, but yeah, Hikaru will move up to the second spot with 7.5. And do you think Ding will go all out tomorrow? Because, in general, it doesn't matter because
he has to.
You never know whether. You never know in the sense that whether Magnus will play or not. Okay.
Yeah, but he has nothing to lose, by
maybe some tomorrow. Rating points, but
6 rating point, 5-6 rating points, some money.
True. Yeah, different approaches, I would say. Depends how it takes this.
But generally, you would go all out with Void. Like if anybody, probably all of us,
Yeah,
would also do the same.
Absolutely. Caruana is likely to win tomorrow, yeah?
Whom is he playing?
What do you guys think? Ali Reza.
Why is it likely?
Because Ali Reza seems to be in a very tough mindset, yeah? And Fabiano has been playing well, even when things haven't been going his way.
Like, I don't know whether Ronak, you saw his game today or not, but even today he showed a new idea. Not new idea, sort of a not very known idea.
Fabi?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
This
saw,
Catalan.
but I thought it was well known, but probably not.
I mean, it was not known to Rajavo, at the very least.
Yeah.
That's what matters.
Yeah. True.
And
So,
yeah.
let's have the pairings for tomorrow, I guess, and just see who's playing whom. And Rapo is playing Ratchabo. What do you think, guys?
I think that's going to be a draw.
Yeah, I think Rappo will make a quick draw.
And do you think Caruana will actually play, like, will have a game, or he will also want to just get out of the event? And
No. I think he'll want to finish with a win, I think.
Right.
And with white pieces. And also look at his head-to-head score against Ali Reza in general. And it's you want to get those wins when you can, yeah, especially when someone young is coming up.
Right.
Right. Also, the third board we know for sure that Ding is going to go all out against Naka.
Although it will be interesting to see Ding's all-out mode, yeah. I mean, he's so solid with white and black in general. It'll be interesting to see how he plays when he has to win all out.
He's solid and he's strong. So, two of the qualities what you need to be a strong chess player.
So I think it will be something where he tries to get something and then keep pressing. Yeah, it won't be like going berserk. Not the way Ali Reza played against Nepo for sure.
And also
but
not
also
the way he played against Rajabov.
Yeah.
Also, like if you think about Ding, like in this tournament, he hasn't showed like great prep, like which you'd usually expect from him. Like he's been solid, but he's not showing so many ideas with white pieces. Let's just say.
Yeah, it's been more of a defensive.
Like if you have to say like somebody who's very well prepared, it's not like he showed anything in this event. And on the other contrast, Fabi, almost every game, like something new is coming in his position, and
with either colors.
With either colors, yes. And generally in candidates, you do expect this. I remember like when Kramnik was playing the candidates, it was always something fresh. Some fresh concept, fresh ideas, fresh moves. Also with Levon, yeah? Both of them. But in this candidates, probably Fabi is one guy, and to some extent maybe Nepo.
Right, absolutely. And then there is Hikaru who streams all year and then comes and shows something new against them.
Again, good point. Yeah. Hikaru is like, he's a different beast, I feel. Like he's like on another level. But again, having said that, probably if he would be preparing for a 1 year also, no. I don't think he would also show more ideas in this.
Absolutely.
So it is also basically sometimes luck, yeah, whether you get a chance to show those ideas which you have prepared are also quite uncommon.
Yeah. Which is why you need a good sample size of tournaments, yeah, not just going on one tournament. But having said that, they showed a good sample size to get into the candidates itself. And with Hikaru, it's not just been his preparation. I think he's just handled himself really well during the games. He's really sensed a lot of things practically superbly. He's been very smart about it.
By the way, did you guys knew that Vishy is in Madrid?
Yeah, he was going to go there on July 2.
Yeah, he is there, I think, already.
Yeah, I see people posting his pictures. Like,
yeah.
Someone
with Vishy,
asked,
you're not likely to see Instagram stories with just in time in Madrid.
There is a very nice post by Mike Klein on Twitter.
Someone
Guys,
in
if
the
you-
chat asked me, what's up with Ronak Mike? Guys, my stand is falling, so that's why. So, out of nowhere, it just fell.
That's a dangerous thing. We will let you fix the mic now, Ronak, and I think that's a wrap for tonight, guys. Yeah, the standings. We still don't have the updated standings, but just imagine Hikaru there at number 2, 7.5,
Yeah.
just behind Nepo. And tomorrow will be the fight between Ding with the white pieces and Hikaru with the black pieces. And the drawer of that match or the winner of that match will decide who will finish the second place, which will become very relevant in case the existing world champion Magnus Carlsen doesn't end up defending his world championship title. So that's going to be a critical match to follow tomorrow, guys, and it's going to be all about that, the matchup between Ding versus Hikaru. And it was I had such a lovely time commentating with you, Abhijit. Thank you so much. And Ronak, thanks for joining in as well. As always, leaving the final words to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pleasure doing all this with you guys. And also, when Ronak comes, he brings, fresh energy. Although he does many things on the side, but while he's also commentating with us. But just a fresher perspective is always nice to hear. And yes, chat, like you guys have been always there supporting us, which has been great. Not an easy thing to do throughout the stream. I understand bits and pieces, but you guys are always there throughout, so which is very nice, and thank you for that. And yeah, that's it from my side. Good night. And if you can stay for a few more minutes, we have some interviews lined up for you guys, so please feel free to
The
enjoy
thoughts
that.
of Ding and Nepomniachtchi himself after winning the candidates. That's coming up. And also, good luck, Ronak, for all the upcoming events.
Thank you.
Oh, you'll not be there tomorrow?
No, I'll be traveling, or I might reach. We'll see.
Okay. Good luck, Ronak, for all the events.
Thanks.
With that, we'll wrap tonight. Thank you, and stay tuned.
Ding, appreciate you joining. How frustrated were you when you saw this Scotch 4 Knights on the board?
Yeah, he played the opening very quickly, and when I saw Knight C3, I guess he might go for a draw, and actually, yeah, he followed the game played by Nebo. But I derived from this game, and I tried to play something new. And yeah, H5 was risky, but I think after sacrifice a pawn, shouldn't be worse. But in the end, it became very tricky, and it seems neither side have the way to pressure until he played C3 to actually allow me to have the pass pawn, and he sacrificed the bishop. Instead of C3, maybe he can also play bishop H5, and maybe I have to wait, and I don't see any progress made by both sides.
To be honest, our commentators were praising a lot the way how you played the endgame, and indeed you managed to create a lot of chances to outplay your opponent, so to be out of nothing. Were you expecting the bishop sacrifice at the end?
Yeah, when he played C3, maybe the bishop sacrifice became the idea of his play. Otherwise, if we take on D4, it might be very dangerous for him, but after sacrifice the bishop on D3, it's a clear draw.
Do you have any particular last words to say about Jan's performance here so far, let's say compared to the candidates of the previous edition?
Well, he played as good as last edition. And also this time, luck was on his side. He saved 2 worse positions with black pieces. And then all his plays well and sound, and yeah.
All right, Ding, thank you so much. Jan, you're officially the challenger. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Jan, do you feel more excitement or relief?
I don't feel anything. Like I feel like I'm extremely tired. So it's an insanely difficult tournament, and despite like the score, it was never easy. It was like, as I said, it was like up and down. It was like basically every game, almost every game, yeah, could have some potential danger. Yeah, so I could never, feel safe at maybe until I felt like, 2 points, two rounds to go, it would be, give me a good chance.
Perhaps a couple of words about today's game. How surprised were you with Richard Strauss's Sicilian?
Well, of course, the line I wanted to see at the board was Berlin, yeah. So I wouldn't mind, like a repetition of my previous game, but yeah, Richard plays so many different lines, and Rouser is one of them. So, well, I knew like this F3 system is very solid, yeah, but I wasn't sure. H6 bishop f4, d5 there is a big, it's pretty much, when you only need a draw, you want to take on d5 many times, yeah, and then but then maybe he wants to trade queens, yeah, and so on. So queen e1 was, I wasn't sure like queen e1 if he goes like for some bishop before a3 bishop a5, yeah, so maybe this would be like very much unclear, but yeah, after bishop c3, basically, I think white has a very nice position, and when I saw I can like trade away all the pieces, yeah, trade away queens and so on, and get this endgame. Okay, this endgame is kind of position you can only lose on purpose for white. Yeah, so I was like pretty much happy when all this was over.
What do you think about your own performance here at these candidates in Madrid compared to the previous one?
Well, it's much better. So far, I think in Yekaterinburg I managed to win 5 somehow in 2 years. Yeah. So here I also managed to win 5, but here I didn't lose. Not yet at least. Yeah. So hopefully tomorrow also I won't spoil my own party, and maybe young Krzysztof will be also kind to me. But I think especially like first couple of rounds, then it was like very difficult for me to get into the tournament. Despite it was quite, I don't know how to say, it was quite a fortunate game, of course, against Dean Liren. I think I mixed up things badly in the opening. I only could recall the idea, but I think I did everything wrong. And also the second game against Fabiano was very shaky. And then, after this, calm draw against Timur, and after rest day, somehow I felt, more confidence, that basically I'm not doing that badly.
Now that you officially won, you're the challenger, is there something you would like to tell to Magnus?
Maybe stop playing this h4, a4 nonsense, yeah.
Perfect answer. Thank you so much, Jan, and once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Are you ready for your first pun of the day?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. So, it's not mine. Someone anonymous sent it. Okay.
Okay.
So, what is the favorite strategy of a person who has OCD?